There is not there now.
She just went live, I guess. Maybe that was it, so it just went live.
Yeah.
I don't know, I can't see it behind the screen.
Whatever it is.
Should we move this?
Following all Bernardsville Borough Planning Board meetings will be held in person at the meeting hall on the second floor of the Bernardsville Municipal Building at 166 Minebrook Road. Meetings will be live streamed on YouTube with no opportunity for public comment. Members of the public wishing to offer comments or ask questions will be required to attend the meetings in person. The YouTube live stream access for all meetings is at Bernardsville Borough/streams. This link will also be available on the agenda for each meeting, which is posted on the bulletin on the Borough website, which is www.bernardsvilleborough.org, and on the Borough Hall public bulletin board at least 48 hours prior to meetings. Notice of these changes has also been emailed to the Bernardsville News and the Courier News by posting a copy on the Borough website and by filing a copy with the municipal clerk on January 16th, 2024. It is the intention of the board not to continue any matter past 11 p.m. at any regular or special meeting of the board unless a motion is passed by the members then present to extend to a later specified cutoff time, and same shall be announced at the opening of each meeting. In addition, the board does not intend to begin a new hearing after 10 p.m. nor begin testimony of a new witness after 10:30 p.m. Any hearing conducted by the board is a quasi judicial proceeding. Any questions or comments must be limited to issues that are relevant to what the board may legally consider in reaching a decision. The quorum appropriate to a judicial hearing must be maintained at all times. Roll call.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Mr. DeMarco?
Here.
Ms. Gardner is absent. Ms. Geller? Present. Mr. Graham?
Here.
Mr. Horowitz is absent. Mr. McQueen?
Here.
Mr. Simoff?
Here.
Mr. Walden?
Here.
And Mr. Zazarino?
Here.
You have a quorum, Mr. Chairman.
Yes. Okay, meeting minutes. Slightly different format. Before this, anyone have any comments? I know I did not get to them. And you said the April 11th, so work in progress still there,
Yeah, it's almost done, but
or whatever, so it's the 22nd and the May meeting. The parents are here.
I mean, I didn't read the
The
transcript,
transcripts.
but nothing about the meetings seemed inconsistent with meetings.
We can push through these if we want.
I'll move we approve February 22nd and the May 9th minutes. I'll second.
All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Abstaining?
so we're gonna do, well, wait a minute,
Yeah, 22nd and the.
okay,
No, not the 11th.
okay, so we're gonna do both at the same time?
Yes.
Okay. Got it, okay.
Sorry, we did both at the same time?
Yeah.
Okay, so, and I just want to, and those who moved and seconded and voted were at both meetings, correct?
Yes, as a matter of fact, the eligibility is exactly the same for both of those meetings.
Actually, no,
So that's what I wanted to check as well.
you and I are on the same page and we'll
Thank you.
reflect the abstentions appropriately.
Yes.
Okay, we have no communications except we have the planner, which is on our dais here. Is there anyone here that wants to discuss anything that's not related to what's on the agenda? There's the first of your two opportunities to do so. Seeing none, we move on. Old business, there's no old business.
Wait.
Not related to the agenda.
Just a quick generic kind of question. I don't think, Mr. Brighton here, but, regarding the reports that we always see. For the report, I'm sorry, Clear Lane to Washington Corner Road. I'm speaking from the environment, Mr. Newport. So my question is about the union, soil conservation reports that we usually get. I want to know what the limit is and what they really mean. From my understanding, it's simply how the soil is moved, it's stockpiled, and they're interested in, erosion primarily, and if it gets to a water body.
If I may, and I apologize for interrupting, you're talking generally?
Yes.
Not with respect to a
Correct.
particular application that's on the
For
agenda this evening, correct?
Correct.
Thank you, please proceed.
That's what I meant by generic, but maybe that was.
I didn't hear you say generic.
So what I want to know is, and perhaps Mr. Zane could, enlighten me to be able to.
Well, I'm Paul Ferrero here,
Oh, okay.
Eric Senapal.
Good, yeah. So what I want to know is, it does not tell us about, I want to know what it does and what it doesn't do. It does not tell us, if there's any pollution in that soil, or if the project, it is regular or not. It simply tells us how they are moving, stockpiling the soil and how it's related to erosion. Is that correct?
The answer is yes and no.
Okay,
And the soil conservation district has a very specific task, and that's to guard against soil erosion and help with sedimentation control in the site. So they look at a site, any site that disturbs more than 5,000 square feet of ground, they have to get a certification from the soil conservation district, and they approve things like soil erosion, sediment control measures, silt fence, tracking pad, final restabilization, and those sorts of things. You are correct, they don't get into what is in any of the soil. That's an exclusively DEP jurisdiction.
okay, and you have to order an environmental testing for them, you want to do the impact studies. And if you wanted to know the quality of that soil, or not quality, if there were any pollutants in that.
Well, there are professionals who do that.
Okay, thank you. It comes up in a lot of meetings and I want to be sure when I make my comments that are clear on that. Thank you very much.
Okay, no further. So no old business, new business, we have the bills. Any discussion? Okay, take a motion.
I'll move bills. I'll second.
We need a roll call vote.
Yes, Mr. DeMarco,
Yes.
Ms. Geller,
Yes.
Mr. Graham,
Yes.
Mr. McQueen,
Yes.
Mr. Simoff,
Yes.
and Mr. Walden,
Yes.
and Mr. Zazarino.
Yes.
The motion carries.
Okay, so we are now up to the public hearing. We are reviewing, the AR Bernardsville LLC application 247.
Continuing my refusal.
Thank you, board member DeMar.
No, not at all. Nothing better than a 10-minute meeting.
Hi, good evening, everyone. John with Scala. Pleasure to be back before the board tonight, on behalf of AR Bernardsville LLC. This is a continuation of the application with respect to the redevelopment of, the Palmer Square redevelopment area. This is actually our fourth public hearing. We're seeking preliminary and final site plan approval for a mixed-use project that consists of 68 residential units and approximately 9,450 square feet of commercial space in accordance with the Palmer Square redevelopment plan. When we were last here 2 weeks ago, you heard the testimony of our project engineer, Paul Much. He went through in detail the plan revisions that had been effectuated since we originally started this application, and you'll recall we actually reduced the size of the building somewhat to accommodate road Somerset County road widening requirements on Mount Airy Road. We did significant changes as it related to our loading area, the ability to bring vehicles into the building itself. So we reduced that whole area, reduced potential for pedestrian conflicts through that area. And I told you when we were here last time that we were coming back tonight and we were going to have our project traffic engineer, John Korak, and our project engineer, or our architect rather, Kevin Smith, back to go through the architectural plans, the changes that were effectuated in that regard. Just as a refresher for the board, regarding the redevelopment plan, the redevelopment agreement, basically provides for 68 units, provides for, requires a minimum of 8,000 square feet of commercial space. We're proposing approximately 9,450 square feet. The plan, the redevelopment agreement also require us to provide 8,000 square feet of frontage along the buildings. And what that was really intended to do was, as this board may recall from when it was going through the process, is to provide public amenity space, sidewalks, open space area along the frontages of the property, which are really intended to encourage more pedestrian development. If you go to the site today, it's about 3,000 square feet of sidewalk that goes around. We are now in excess of, approximately 10,000 square feet of space. So we comply with the redevelopment plan in that regard. It was really all part of that collaborative design process. So Mr. Korak made a revised submittal, which addresses traffic and so forth. I'm going to call on him to testify in the first instance. We're then going to move over to Kevin Smith. He's going to go through all aspects of the architectural plans, the plan revisions that were made since he originally testified and so forth. He is going to speak to building height. He's going to speak to the fact that the base grade as it relates to this development was actually established in the redevelopment agreement and plan at 408 to establish height as it relates both to stories and to height. We do not believe there are any variances that are associated in that regard. But we'll get to him eventually. So unless anybody has any questions,
I have
call
one
Mr.
question
Korak.
that
Sure.
relates to engineering and traffic, and I just want to get clarity. My understanding is that with the with the handling of the new loading zone, that my understanding was that the trucks essentially would be driving in from Mount Airy, and they would be driving out through Mount Airy, and in fact, you've increased, I think, the height, and you've done a bunch of things to make it more hospitable for loading. That's accurate, correct? There's no intent for a large truck to come in from Mount Airy and go out through.
No.
Okay.
In and out of
So
that spot,
John,
Chairman.
that's for you. John Zabo.
So.
Your report indicated that trucks would be entering Mount Airy and leaving.
Service units, that it was described by the.
Yeah, and that's not the case. The trucks are entering and exiting through Mount Airy. I'm just,
Well,
well, that's right. Now we have testimony that that's the case. That makes sense. That's what.
I'll have Mr. Korak confirm it because
And coincidentally, we have the truck.
no, it's terrific. My only ask, if I could, with all due respect, as we go through our witnesses, because I know we sort of jump in with questions, we can just get through testimony And we'll have plenty
I'm
of
not
time
gonna
for
grant
questions and
I'm
so
not gonna
forth.
grant you that option.
Okay,
So
okay.
we'll try with traffic, but I.
Well, let's see.
Architecture, we're
We
not
do our
gonna
best.
wait until architecture. We'll be jumping in.
Okay. Very good.
Great. I believe I already swore Mr. Borough in at the prior meeting, so we remain under road.
Correct.
Do we have to swear in Paul?
Well, I'm gonna.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. No, that's okay. All our board professionals have been sworn in, except for Mr. Borough. Please raise your right hand and swear to God or affirm testimony you're about to give is the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
Yes, I do.
Thank you very much.
Great, thank you again for the record. John Korak with Stonefield Engineering, continue to be sworn and license is still current and in good standing. So as it relates to, actually, if I could be admitted to the Zoom so I can share my screen, that would be helpful. And of course, just the visual aid.
You are good.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Let's see here. All right, so up on the screen is sheet C4 of the site plan set, the most recently revised set that Mr. Much testified to 2 weeks ago. We'll zoom in to the actual schematic diagram just to give ourselves here in the council chambers and those watching at home some visual components, something to look at, if you will.
Can you just give us the last revised date?
Yeah, of course. This sheet C4, last revised date, 4/26/2024.
Thank you.
Great, so coming off of, I think it was the second hearing on this project, where I had previously testified. There were a number of components of the traffic impact study that we were asked to take a look back at with respect to both comments from the board and comments from the board's traffic engineer within the traffic engineering review letter. One of the key considerations, I'll kind of walk through from the traffic study, what has changed and what is updated. We have updated the traffic study to be utilizing the latest version of Synchro 12, which is Synchro 12. And we have also utilized a different type of analysis within Synchro 12 called the lanes, volumes, timings analysis. This is a little bit different than the highway capacity manual analysis, and one that better models or really more correctly models the operations at the intersection, in that the previous analysis was unable to take into account the periods where the light of the signal goes red in all directions and allows pedestrians to cross all at once. Whereas the lanes, volumes, timings analysis incorporates that timing, which of course leads to longer vehicular delays at the light because it's red in every direction to allow pedestrians to go through. Common signal timing configuration in downtown corridors like this, something that's very appropriate for areas with higher pedestrian volumes. We need to make sure that we accounted for that. We updated our study for the changes to the site plan, namely, there's a minor tweak on the square footage of the retail space that went up slightly, resulted in one more trip in the PM and Saturday peak hours. We removed some of the credits or reductions that we were discussing 2 meetings ago, whether it be transit proximity or internal capture. There's the technical terms for different ways that the baseline volume that we would expect for the site to generate could be reduced. We took those out of the report. We still have the pass-by traffic volumes in the report as it relates to the retail for the people that are passing by the site and do stop in. But the reductions related to transit or residential to retail, retail to residential have been removed. And then there was within the report itself, a correction to some of the pedestrian volumes. As we were going back and digging into for that all red phasing, noticed some anomalies with the pedestrian volumes, comparing it to the count data. And ultimately, the figures and the analysis have been revised to reflect that.
The updated study you're referring to is dated May 13, 2024.
That's correct. Thank you.
Just for the record.
Yeah, I appreciate that. So those are the revisions that went into the traffic study, and what those revisions entailed or resulted in as it relates to our analysis, our level of service analysis, capacity analysis, is when in the 2 meetings ago, we were talking about fairly smooth operations at level of service C. We're seeing those delays much higher and much closer to existing conditions that we really see out there today. We find that the updated study is a very good representation of what people experience and see at that intersection on a day-to-day basis, where on the main line, on Route 202, those levels of service are generally speaking in the level of service, they're still in the level of service C to D range as opposed to the A to B. And then on the side streets, north and south, you do see levels of service depending on the movement and the time of day that range from D all the way to the level of service F. And that's has to do, 1, with the pedestrian volumes, 2, the lane geometry, and 3, how the DOT prioritizes their own highway versus the side streets through this corridor. That said, just because a traffic signal and approach operates at that letter grade does not necessarily mean that there is a complete capacity overload or otherwise. And additional traffic to that intersection does not necessarily result in exacerbated delays. And that is what we've ultimately found through the revised study, where we have again routed the traffic to and from Morristown Road, Route 202, and reconducted that a level of service analysis, going from the no build analysis to our build condition. In the morning, the overall intersection delay, take the average of all vehicles, that delay increases by less than 1 second on average per vehicle. In the evening, it's the same thing, less than 1 second on average per vehicle, the average of all approaches. And on the Saturday, it's less than 2 seconds. These are all very, very minimal increases in delay, not something that we would consider to be significant by any means as it relates to levels of service. We also reviewed the site driveway level of service. That level of service was calculated with the highway capacity manual methodology. We're finding levels of service C and D for those turning movements out, but we also do recognize that, especially in the evening, on Route 202, the left turn out trying to get onto to 202 South, it's queuing back past that driveway pretty much the totality of the hour. It's busy. I think we all recognize that people are coming home. They're taking 202 to do so. And to that extent, that is very much an existing condition that can't be so much mitigated by this project, but it's something that we understand, and there's appropriate times for time of day restrictions. The board may feel this is one of them. The DOT may feel this is one of them, where that left turn out is a difficult movement to make without someone offering you a courtesy gap. That's the reality of the situation, and want to present that testimony to the board as such. We reviewed the sight lines from that driveway, and the redevelopment plan, 1, requires the driveway location to be essentially pushed all the way to the east as far as possible on Morristown Road to give ourselves the greatest spacing distance to and from, or greatest spacing distance from the traffic signal. We also flew a drone during the peak hour conditions, and what we see, obviously the queuing that we've all experienced, but what we also see is the speed or the rate of travel of people coming up Morristown Road and going around the turn. So between the upgrade and the turn with the lane width, people are not traveling through there at even 25, 30, 35 miles an hour. They tend to be going the range of 15 to 20 miles per hour through there. And so those lower speeds result in less stopping sight distance needed, less time, less distance needed to stop, at the intersection, less intersection site distance needed. That's the time to judge a vehicle for a vehicle waiting to turn out either way. And as we look the other direction, we still have the good lines of sight there. So as it relates to the actual field conditions, not just the speed limit through there, but how motorists are driving. Of course, this driver location is an improvement, but the sight lines through there, I believe are adequate to support those turning movements in and out of the site driveway. The last piece that I want to touch on relates to the deliveries, and I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to roll right into, I think this is an exhibit that would need to be marked.
It's been colorized certainly, but if you can give us the title of it, date, what that is.
Yeah, so this is a vehicle circulation plan. It is last revised April 26, 2024. It is prepared by our office, Stonefield Engineering, and it consists of 4 sheets.
And Denise, as I'm sure.
I gotta go back to
where we
the
left
minutes,
off,
see
we have
here.
that handy. That was submitted. Right, but was it colorized when it was submitted? Yeah. It was, so this is exactly as it was submitted.
I wasn't sure if it's printed to be
And
colored.
it was submitted 10 days or more? Yeah, it was. April 26th.
Well, yes,
So we can just, we don't have to mark it as an exhibit.
Perfect.
We have it as revised and, what are the sheet numbers? Does that mean, it's just 1 through 4?
Yeah, 1 through 4.
There's no, C or?
No,
D?
1 of 4, 2 of 4, 3 of 4.
Good enough.
Yep. The first, zoom in a little bit, the first sheet is fairly self-explanatory. This is the passenger vehicle navigating in and out of the site driveway. Some of the line work is not shown, but you can tell essentially by the location of the vehicle against the double yellow line that the vehicle is, within that travel lane and staying within there and navigates in and out of the pay area, in the underground structure. The next 3 sheets are essentially each different, delivery truck, turning movement templates, if you will. The first one being a typical residential.
Which sheet are you on right now?
Sheet 204. Thank you. Being a typical residential moving truck, this is a U-Haul truck where it's a 20-foot U-Haul truck, which is actually 26 feet long. It's the 20-foot inside the storage, the back part of the truck, the trailer, if you will. Making the right turn in from Mount Airy Road, uses the far area, probably doesn't need to swing out or come out all the way this far, but then can navigate into either of the 2 loading spaces interior to the garage. And then to leave, it pulls forward, reverses, and then travels out and can make that right turn onto Mount Airy Road. The same configuration is shown on sheet 3. This is with the SU 30-foot box truck, a little bit longer truck, a little bit wider turns to make those turning movements out. But again, all can fit within the confines of the parking areas, the driveways. We have a much narrower driveway on Mount Airy Road at 24 feet, as opposed to the 40+ feet that was previously shown. And then the sheet 404 is the largest truck that we would expect and accommodate. This is the SU 40, a 40-foot long box truck. And again, it's making those similar movements. This truck is less frequent, certainly, but can utilize those turning bays and make those turning movements without crossing over the yellow center line at Mount Airy Road.
And the last one,
Mhm.
and I'll briefly cover this, but the last one, it's 13.5 feet Oh,
Correct.
and is there a 13? It's not, probably not you to ask, but we should come back to make sure there's 13.5 of clearance over that whole pattern that's there. I know it's the entrance.
Yeah, I'll defer that to the architects that
Fine.
designed it, but it will have to be in order
The
to
other
accommodate
trucks
for the limits.
lower, that's the one that's really high, the other ones are under 10.
Based on the traffic study, are we restricting access and loading to that? By
So-
time of the day?
By time of day, not anticipating a restriction. Now, these types of deliveries don't happen very frequently in that peak hour because these logistics companies that do the deliveries do not like to have their trucks out in the peak hour making fewer deliveries because they're in traffic. What we have I guess the fortunate thing with this applicant is that they have other residential buildings. We specifically reviewed one of their sites in Harrison as it relates to the truck traffic that they receive for these residential deliveries. That's a building with about 400 units, and it's about 80% occupied at this time. So over 300 of the units are occupied, and it's much larger than this. And those logistic companies still only bring one truck per day to make those deliveries. So your FedEx, your UPS, your USPS, those are one truck a day, and they come deliver, and that's it. Amazon, it's one truck that does most of the deliveries, but we know Amazon will come at a few different times a day. So you might get 1 to 3 stragglers in the day that make that kind of delivery, but this is not the situation that they've experienced at that location where we would have, an influx of deliveries. As it relates to residential move-in, that has to be scheduled. As it relates to the retail deliveries, that would be scheduled as well. The same thing with trash, recycling, pickup, all of that. So that way, the 2 spaces that are there, 95% of the time are going to be empty. But we need to make sure that we don't have 3 come at once. That's it.
Can the deliveries that can be scheduled outside of peak hours?
Oh, they would be. It's the
Can
same.
you stipulate that as a management company or?
Yes.
Yeah, it's a logistics thing too. So it's, yeah.
And especially things like trash recycling, move-ins, move-out furniture deliveries, which we talked about with the SU-40. US Postal,
Understanding it's not perfect.
right,
If best attempts.
Yes.
The company to schedule outside of peak hours, so.
yes, sir.
And could you touch, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
could you touch on the left-hand turns you were mentioning?
Yeah,
Or on windows first?
So before I was referring to the left-hand turns for passenger vehicle traffic onto Route 202.
Yeah, access traffic.
Here. Oh,
Yeah.
I see.
Yeah,
Got it.
it's routinely, especially in the evening, it's routinely queued back and blocking the ability to make
Right.
a left out. Down here, it's pretty likely that the county would look to restrict that.
Okay.
Did
they do that specifically?
They have,
Your meetings?
no, they have not yet. No,
And for the record, we sit down there, you're talking on Mount Airy.
Got it.
on the Mount Airy driveway, I appreciate that.
Oh, no problem. Sorry, board members,
No,
And you believe that would be for exiting or entrances? Restriction left turn.
Typically, what I see from the county, and when we're this close to a traffic signal, it'd be both.
Okay.
It might be a peak hour or peak period restriction where, in the midday, when actually more of the deliveries or truck movements are happening. That they may allow it still, but just say for the entrance where we have a single lane headed southbound with no shoulder to bypass, no way to get around, and if you have 2 to 3 cars waiting at the light.
Yeah.
It backs up into the traffic lights, so I would not be surprised if there's a left turn
Yeah, I
restriction
figured
in
they
the
would be
county.
conscious. Yeah, okay, thank you.
I'm not sure if this is now or later, but you have the roll-up door.
Yes.
For the deliveries. So if you have larger than a 20-foot truck.
Mhm.
how do they access, that they're gonna be, some of them may be sticking out into the road?
No, so the roll-up door is actually located further in to the site itself. So on the site, they're actually, when you drive in, your cab of your truck would actually be underneath part of the building where the roll-up door is.
Okay,
So
so it
we-
doesn't look like 40 feet to me.
From curb to the roll-up door, it is more than 40 feet.
Okay, not with the scale, okay,
Yes.
just as long as they're not waiting on the road.
Yes, they're not sticking out to the.
So just to clarify, so that was somebody was coming in, they would pull into the driveway and then wait for the door to be open, but they would not obscure the road.
Correct, and there's a handful of different management systems that their applicant employs. Camera systems able to be accessible not only in the office, but from the phone and the like.
Could you point out where the roll-up door is on, I'm sorry.
Yeah, so the roll-up door on the architectural plan is shown essentially where the
Oh, on the
retail
side.
trash corridor. And then this is a faint line coming across.
Yeah, well, that's what I'm, it was right there.
But it's still not on this front.
You want to use that?
To scale, it's not, but that's fine. as long as it's-
There, I was looking at.
Sure, it's
Doesn't matter. From here.
to the curb. 1 to 20, oh, sorry, this isn't,
Oh.
let me check, let me confirm the scale.
Yeah.
Is this 20 scale there?
That's where we are.
Yeah,
It is 20 scale.
it's pretty close, okay.
Yeah.
Oh, is that a 4-2?
Yes, this is
Okay.
42 feet.
And that's really.
And Mr. Korak as well, just relative to those deliveries, the larger truck is coming in. The management systems, they have virtual doorman,
Mhm.
et cetera, they can also have the door open as the truck is arriving.
Yeah, especially with those larger deliveries, that can pretty much be timed down to a science where the second that truck starts to turn in, the doors starting to go up because that the furniture delivery is coming, that.
And the SU-40 would probably be more likely, one of the move-ins, which are coordinated through management. We're talking about 68 units here.
Right,
So we're not talking about an SU-40 coming in here on a daily or even a weekly basis. It's part of the move-in, move-out
correct,
process, correct?
correct.
Thank you.
Okay. Keep going.
Yeah, with that, it's, I think those are the main components from a traffic perspective, in reviewing the transcripts and from the last hearing, or 2 hearings ago. At this point, I don't have anything else to provide and direct, but happy to answer any more questions that the board has.
Is the model, the new one, what are related to, and this would be related to residential or the access way, the model based on parking spaces or residential units, or what's the parameters that go into the model?
The trip generation,
Yeah.
the traffic coming in and out, it's based on the number of units.
Number of units?
Yes.
Okay, good,
Yes.
good to know.
Mhm.
And does the model have any consideration for the deliveries other than the ones you've already handled, namely Uber pickups, DoorDash, pharmaceutical deliveries, all that kind of smaller
Mhm.
delivery activity? Of course, the UPS, we don't know, and the Amazon's small, but does the model have any section for that?
It tends to be baked into the
Yeah.
traffic count data from, that's collected at these other types of sites. What I will say, what we're looking at specifically is the roadway peak hour. And a lot of those deliveries, a lot of those, Uber Eats and DoorDash and the like, they're a little bit less frequent in the peak hour because that's when the people are traveling to and from the site. And we see a little bit of a higher rate of that sort of activity on the off-peak hour, which is obviously a a less intensive condition that's not studied here.
Is the intent, or I would call them, I mean, the residential cars that typically are
Mhm.
used for things like Uber Eats. Is the intent of the management company for them to use the loading entrance? Or the actual entrance of?
Yeah, so any passenger vehicle type delivery, Uber Eats, DoorDash, and the like, even an Uber coming to pick up someone at the unit, they would enter through the Route 202 driveway. And you know, through the pay gates, and what we're proposing is to offer, essentially similar to call it the old days at the airport, 'cause they don't do it anymore, but where if you're in the lot for less than a certain time, say 10 to 15 minutes, your exit would be free, right? And so that allows them to come in, park, take the food either to the lobby or up to a unit if they get buzzed in, and return and come out and, you know, not have to deal with the loading area, and otherwise, circulate in a passenger vehicle designed area with the passenger vehicle.
Is that something that is trained just through condition? I'm assuming that there's so many of them. If they pull into the loading zone, they're just gonna leave the car and walk in, how does that practically happen? I guess I'm asking.
Well, if you pull into the loading zone, there's, and our architect can clarify this, but the ability to then walk in isn't really there. It's, you still have to get past the loading door and the like. How it's trained is through these apps. When you put in your address to say deliver to this building, right? The app essentially knows and directs that driver where to go to. It directs them to, to that driveway entrance, the same way at Newark Airport, if you tell them, you're at Terminal A, stop 9 at the pickup, right? They know exactly where to go to do that. So it's trained in that respect, the same way it as a passenger, the app will tell you where to go as well.
Is that something that as a management company, you tell, I'm asking ignorantly, can you tell these apps that this is the entrance for this?
Yes,
And you're stipulating that you'll tell the app that this is the entrance for this?
of course, and that's a benefit for everyone.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
For the public, can you, just go ahead and state the peak hour times? I know it's in the report. Just so they're aware of the peak hours that were selected.
Yeah.
For your,
And while John's doing that, we were thinking 15 minutes, by the way, on the pre-entry and exit.
I'm assuming that would be the same if they were going to, if they wanted to pop into a retail store.
Correct. Obviously, if somebody's gonna get in and out that quickly, yes.
Mhm.
Pick up something they may have
Pick up
purchased
food.
or food or what have you.
And so the time periods that counts were collected were 7 AM to 9 AM, from 4 PM to 7 PM. That's on a weekday. And then on the Saturday, from 11 AM to 2 PM. Okay, so we're capturing the morning peak, the evening peak, and the Saturday peak period. Now, when we analyze, we whittle it down to a single hour, which was 7:30 to 8:30, 5 to 6, and 11:15 to 12:15. These were the hours in each of those periods where traffic volume was at its highest.
So traffic starts. Yeah.
yeah, I think the only thing that might have been missed was the, school traffic. But I just wanted to make sure people understood what hours. we-
That's right, it'd be 7:30 one.
Yeah, between 7:15
Yeah.
and 7:30.
And then the afternoon, so.
So, with the traffic study, you're saying the side, roads were D or F?
In that
And
range.
that's Mount Airy going south, that takes into account that?
Yeah, especially that in the morning. You're trying to make those movements from Mount Airy onto 202.
You even included, Anderson Hill, right? I mean,
Yes.
that was
Yeah,
part of.
that was part of it.
So,
If, knowing that you graciously set back the building to accommodate the county.
Mhm.
If the county ever decided that they wanted to fix some part of that intersection, do you stipulate that you would be open to conversation about how that intersection could be fixed as long as it didn't impede either your property or the walkway?
Yeah, of course, and they're also provided with the traffic study. I know they would do, Alicia Myers and the team there would do their own study, but yeah,
I'm not holding my breath. I
No.
mean, the borough has been asking for the county to fix that intersection for as long as I've been on council, so.
Yeah, I understand, understand the feelings there and the concern. I think one thing that this application and this project does that's very beneficial is just the pedestrian infrastructure through here where you can't walk past, the southeast corner without really stepping into the road, just where the poles are,
I
so.
mean, it wouldn't be a true statement, I believe it is true, because of the right of way conditions, if the county did say that we want to insert a second lane, because of the right of way, they would have the right to do that.
Correct.
Yes.
Yes.
But they still.
In many respects, we wouldn't have a choice,
It was
but
one-
obviously. we'll do it.
No, but it's a DOT,
It's a DOT decision.
because the intersection's under the control of DOT.
Correct.
State.
But the county with the master plan right of way width, has the ability to work with the DOT as far as.
Did you plot the single unit 40 making a right turn and going east on 202?
This exhibit doesn't have it. We could run that, but just how far the stop bar is set back here. That movement looks very feasible.
You mean the additional turn, right? You have the turn
So we
going out.
you have the turn out and then one more turn to
but
go
not the subsequent.
northbound to eastbound. It's not plotted here, but just the open space through there.
Because if you go out there, you see a lot of black marks on the curb
Right.
where vehicles are hitting the curb.
Mhm.
Going east, going north on 202.
That's an interesting question. So you're asking if there's gonna be, because, go ahead, finish, I think you're.
Well, I think that perhaps, maybe, there, with the buildings located where they are, like, the MEP location at Purple, there's no setback from the property line.
All the way in this corner of the purple building, the northwest corner of the MEP building.
So if there was to be any widening, how would that be implemented?
I don't see that area to widen through there. It's not something that I would envision the department.
Well, one of the problems
Yeah.
I see is because at the last meeting, I forgot who it was, but somebody mentioned that riding a bicycle through there,
Yes.
the roads don't align. Mine Brook doesn't, the center line of Mine Brook doesn't align with Mount Morristown Road.
Mhm.
So there's that shift in the traffic flow. And so what happens is, we call it the northbound 202. And so that's where you hit the curb, scuffing. And the turning radius problem.
You're saying in front of the purple, the MEP?
Well, it starts down this corner, at the corner.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that's what we're talking about.
Yeah, and the existing signal equipment is right up there on the corner. And I think, we're both aware that even trying to smooth out this radius, the NJDOT will make us rebuild the entire traffic signal. And that unfortunately is a cost that a development of this size is not really able to bear.
The actual building is above that MEP space, right? I mean,
Yeah.
So it's not just the MEP.
It's not,
Oh, just
you're
like-
right there. It is,
It's like-
there's building above it.
But that could be something that the county would bear, if the county wanted to redesign the traffic.
Oh,
Correct.
not on
County,
north,
DOT.
down the county, there.
Or that would be.
Or the state.
Or the state.
And then. A couple questions about your model.
Mhm.
The stacking lanes, you have in the model 70 or 75 feet for the left turn stacking lanes.
In reference to,
Right there,
Southbound.
Yeah.
and also on Mount Airy.
yes.
And I question whether they're 75 feet.
We could take a look at the aerial, it could be 50 feet, but
Because then what happens is, well, the model also doesn't show queuing. And I mean, I ride to that intersection twice a day, and looking up down there, it backs up to,
yeah, so,
to Freedom Hall.
right, so understanding that lanes volumes timings output doesn't include the queuing. And even if you turn on the queuing button, it only collects the queuing of 2 consecutive cycles. And so
Well,
what I looked at-
why you didn't put the queuing,
what I looked at before this was a sim traffic simulation. And it's showing all of those queuing points that you're talking about, whether it's backing up, past our site driveway on Route 202, backing down Mount Airy, the northbound traffic, coming down southbound, to approaching 202. Different times of day have those different queuing peaks, but I feel comfortable that the model is calibrated appropriately based on the sim traffic, based on the results that we're getting from the lanes, volumes, timings. And if that storage length in the left turn is 2 or 3 vehicles, that is one thing, but the predominant queuing as it goes back is, it all merges into that through lane.
So in your last testimony, I believe you used a percentage. And I didn't see it. So I believe you can correct me about that in the last model, it was less than 10% change in traffic during peak hours. Is that still consistent? Or am I remembering incorrect?
That is very much consistent in terms of the traffic added by this is definitely less than 10% in each of the peak hours.
well, I don't have any issue with the impact of the project. But I do have an issue with the existing condition being substandard. And this is this was done through a different order of development. Wasn't a simple planning board application.
Right, it's a redevelopment plan.
Redevelopment,
Yeah.
so does the redevelopment concept include any addressing existing substandard conditions?
Certainly with the pedestrian element here where you cannot walk at that southeast corner, we're providing a much superior layout for a downtown pedestrian oriented area where, quite frankly, the movement of vehicles through here, we want to keep it slow. We want to, slower vehicles improve pedestrian safety, because in the unfortunate event of a pedestrian being hit by a car, the survival chances or the injury rates are much lower when the car is going 20 miles an hour than when they're even going 30 miles an hour. And so, keeping that smaller.
And what are the sightlines? You didn't say what the sightlines are at the driveway.
Yeah, so at the driveway, looking left toward the intersection.
The Morristown Road.
At the Route 202 driveway, looking left toward the intersection, it's about 195 feet of sightline, which at the speeds that the vehicles are traveling complies both with the intersection sight distance and stopping sight distance.
Well, what's the stopping sight distance for 35 miles per hour?
35 miles per hour, I do have that.
30 plus.
Hmm? It's well through the intersection.
Well, the speed limit is 30. And the design speed is usually 5 miles.
Right, that's on a typical highway, yes. Through this curvature with the narrow lanes and the upgrade, that's not the speed that people are traveling. We've watched this on drone video, we've timed the vehicles, we've calculated their rates of speed.
Where's the existing driveway, by the way, Jim?
About where, I guess you can actually see on the plan, it's just to the east of the MEP building. So right after the curve.
But so as I said, you said 190 feet?
Correct, 195, correct.
And what is the safe stopping sight distance for 35?
For 35, design speed is 250. Would go well through the intersection.
So it's close with so the site distance doesn't meet the standard.
The standard being highway free flow condition, not what we've actually observed out there. You don't go 35 through that curve.
Well,
I appreciate that the speed limit's set to 30, but that doesn't mean people are traveling 30 or 35 because of the geometry.
so you're saying that because it's gridlock or because it's potential.
Not gridlock.
Well,
because
because
of the-
it's level of service half on the northbound
No.
approach. And the queues are what they are, that's an advantage to the,
No, it's because of the narrow lane, because of the upgrade as you approach the driveway, as you're departing the intersection, and because of the curve. All of those things are what slows down the vehicle. The queuing or the gridlock, once you're past the intersection, you're not in the queue, you're part of the travel flow. You know, that,
well, if the building was set back, if the MEP building was set back, would you get more site distance?
marginally, depending on the activities that are in the sidewalk. If there's the sidewalk sales that are permitted, if there's cable service out front, you're losing that.
Because as I said, you're woefully deficient on the design requirements for the,
I disagree. I don't believe that is the correct design speed assumption.
you have a posted speed of 30 miles per hour.
Correct.
So wouldn't one assume that during off-peak hours, that traffic would be traversing that intersection at 30 miles per hour?
No, because the movements through that curve are not related to the traffic. It's not related to the volume. It's related to,
So because the road widths are substandard and the lane alignment is substandard, you're saying that is positive?
especially for a pedestrian safety standpoint, the slow rate of speed through here is certainly something that we would want to encourage in a walkable downtown area. Yes.
I question that thought process.
Okay,
Understood.
Did you, you've already mentioned that there is a potential, which was a good observation, that the, going southbound on 202, that lane has been observed to back up, and everybody knows, yeah, that happens. And that therefore making a left-hand turn out of the access driveway might be frustrating.
Mhm.
And it's one lane, right, so anything behind would be backing up behind them, on site. And that therefore maybe there should be some consideration of a constraint by hour or a day, whatever,
Mhm.
for making that left-hand turn, in that direction. Fine, so noted. Did you, can you discuss the crosswalk that's, just to the east of your access driveway, and whether that played any role in any of the models?
Yeah, so the crosswalk and the volumes through there, we did review that same drone footage I was referring to. The total crossings at that mid-block crosswalk are fairly minimal, to the extent that it doesn't have any significant or real impact on the queuing back of those vehicles. And even if they wait a few seconds for pedestrian to cross, they essentially pull up 20 feet and then they're right back in the queue.
Is there any best practice, as you mentioned, the current driveways, like, you're gonna move it to the edge, fine. But now you're really much closer to that crosswalk. Is there anything that, to your knowledge, that should be done at that crosswalk? Like, so, whatever, that someone turning right, leaving the property and turning right, they're gonna be pretty smack right up against that crosswalk, right? They're gonna hit it. They're gonna come in contact with quickly. Is there anything to your knowledge that for pedestrian safety that should be considered?
I think that one component of this, right, and you see where it's preferred to place these crosswalks at intersections. And so aligning that driveway close to the crosswalk helps keep the crosswalk in the intersection realm, if you will. As it relates to additional improvements, I can't recall if there's any sort of push button or flashing beacon or anything like that out there.
No, there is one there, but there's a lot of technology now in
Yeah, it's-
crosswalk implementations, and I just wondered if you.
Yeah, I've seen and recommended that kind of installation, a number of mid-block crossings. It needs to be designed and installed properly for it to have a good effect, but.
So in theory, if there was like hypothetically motion detection or something and people are stepping off and into the crosswalk, but theoretically could be, little embedded streetlights, and there could theoretically be a light at your exit point, something, like a
Yeah, so,
warning. It is pretty close, right?
yeah,
It's barely on the drawing.
Yeah, it's,
Right? It's there,
about 20 feet or so. So it's,
pretty close.
yeah, what I've seen at crosswalks like this where it's mid-block, but it's also kind of at an intersection. I've actually seen those, the pedestrian, flashing lights be oriented not only to the traffic on that roadway, but be oriented at, the driveway or intersecting street for those right turn lanes. So it is possible
Makes
to
sense,
incorporate that,
and
yeah.
Technically, it's probably possible.
When you talk about pedestrian volume, part of the redevelopment is to increase pedestrian volume.
Yes.
Did you take that into account?
We did, yes, we did increase the pedestrian volume within our traffic analysis. That increased the number of pedestrian calls, increased the number of occurrences of that all red timing.
And in this small crosswalk?
I'm talking specifically about the signal crosswalk where, that's where the delays are really stemming from. At the mid-block crossing, it'd be great to see that pedestrian volume increase and, have residents go to and from, this building across the street. But the delays associated with that, don't have a material impact on the rest of the network, especially the traffic signal where it's really all originated.
So I'd like to make a recommendation. I think you're right here. If this decides to get approved, I'd like to see the body make a recommendation to the council to request enhanced safety features at that.
Right.
At that crosswalk. I mean, there should be there anyway. If anyone's on that intersection, I think it's a dangerous crosswalk. But I personally felt that before, so it would be probably prudent for the borough to deal with.
And for the applicant to have.
Yes, to stipulate that if there's a change,
Opportunity.
that we would have access to make enhancements on the site.
Yeah,
Yes.
it's probably a good time to do it too, just in the going through the NJDOT approval. It's not a separate, it couldn't need to be a separate permit necessarily.
As part of the redevelopment agreement, and John, you can correct me because there's so many different versions of this. There is revenue in that redevelopment agreement that is specifically addressing some of the pedestrian stuff in Walcott Square. John, is that correct? I believe Joe's gone.
In the plan?
No, in the redevelopment agreement, I'm fairly certain that there were monies that was stipulated.
There are stipulations.
For improvements to Walcott Square.
I have the agreement.
Thank you.
For those monies to use to improve the turning temple?
It's not our jurisdiction. I don't know. I don't think so. This is a state and county question.
But if the redevelopment positives.
Yeah.
Can solve some of the negatives, why not?
Well, what I'm saying is I don't think it's our, I'm fairly certain it's not within our jurisdiction at the borough level to solve the issue. And the money that we have in that stipulation for Walcott Square. It doesn't consider what the state and county would do to redesign that concept.
Well, it's just pulling back the lining the Mine Road with the Martintown Road. Terminal.
So my experience has been, we can't even paint a hot box.
No, but the problem is that once we approve this project with these setbacks, with virtually zero setbacks,
Well, that's why I asked the question. So if the county or state allows changes to the road, the applicant is willing to accept the changes.
But the problem is that they can't, once the building's built, because that's what happened with the Palmer building.
Well, I think that,
They got too close to the curb. Traffic signals left about 6 inches to get by them. And this is, moving cutting off part of the Palmer building. But where the MEP building is, that's the exact building. No, not the MEP building. The MEP building is in existing. No, it isn't. So I'm saying if that had to be moved back, they increase
The existing building is about 20 feet to the east.
Well, being on, anyway.
I think it's.
Just a quick question, and I'm pretty sure you know the answer to know, maybe questions, the curb along Morristown Road, is the applicant having to replace that curb, or is that curb, it's all DOT and you're obviously gonna do the surface work.
Correct.
If you could find out this,
Do you know
what
the
the
answer to that, John?
expectation was, I just don't remember.
Nor do our chairman, as a.
Yeah, it's typical on a DOT application for them to request you to replace the curb. I would, in kind, essentially.
So anyway, it's kind of in support of Hal's trust here, that the curb,
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, you should speak a little bit louder.
the curb is gonna have to be, well, we suspect the curb is gonna have to be refreshed or whatever, reconstructed in one way or another. So it's not like, oh, it's gotta stay there, because otherwise
If
it's
it was,
unexpected.
if it was just the curb that Mr. Simoff is talking about, I wouldn't see that as really any sort of substantial hurdle. It becomes those two traffic signal poles, and then with the DOT rules, especially that they enforce on private developers, it would be a complete traffic signal rebuild.
Well, not, the signal was rebuilt about 5 or 8 years ago. Lose track of time. But what they did is on the corner by, I guess it's the northwest corner. That was all, that's all loose signal, but it was done by DOT. The only thing is the 2 signal poles. They didn't mess with 2 signal poles on the Palmer side because they were substantially substandard.
I wish that my experience was that the DOT would let you leave that equipment in place. We've seen different cases. We have a project where we had signal work and they had just installed the traffic signal and we had to change out all the equipment there.
But what about moving the MEP, I call it the MEP building.
It's the whole building.
Right.
It's not the end
Well, I
building,
understand.
it's actually the building.
It's the building above also. But what about moving that to the east? To get a better setback from the property, you get better sight lines. You could get closer to the required site distance.
See, I don't think it's going to impact sightlines because those sightlines still need to look through the property. And even if it's, the sidewalk, patio area out there. If there's a restaurant there with outdoor seating, they're going to want to do that, sidewalk sales, the like. I understand the comment, but also the curvature through here, while it makes you go slow and slow down. That's a great thing for downtown and a pedestrian oriented area. And I know that it's frustrating to sit in traffic.
Situation.
I disagree. I think that higher speeds of vehicles traveling through here, especially outside those peak hours, is a much less safe situation.
When we heard testimony about bike riders getting knocked over, when we heard, you can see the scuff marks on the curbing, it doesn't align. And this obviously is a positive factor by cutting off the part of the Palmer building. But I think that if the, I keep calling it the MEP building.
Mhm.
But
That's
I
a
understand
We
Their
understand.
building, it's the whole building.
it's the whole building. That if you moved it to the east and increase that setback, then you have the potential that if there was a need or a project that could be improvement of the alignment, then it could be done. With that building being built where it's proposed, there's nothing that can be done once the building's up.
I think that moving that building back would ultimately open the door just for wider, faster travel lanes. With what DOT.
It is unsafe. So, I mean, we just had a demonstration of that. It was not what you'd expect. There was a truck, coming down, Anderson and making a left-hand turn onto Morristown, and it dumped its load of logs on where the pedestrian sidewalk would be. So there's no question it's unsafe. Maybe there could be speed bumps, there could be something, who knows, because of the whole, let's make it more pedestrian, there are other alternatives, but it is not a safe situation.
But we're vastly expanding that sidewalk network here to help that.
Well, the logs could roll. Yeah. I just want to get one thing stipulated, because you did testify to it, not you, but the applicant did. We'd like to at least get into the record, it may already be there, but the official statement from the DOT that your suggested right-of-way lines, that they confirmed that they're good with right-of-way lines, because, you did the county and you did DOT, and the DOT said, yeah, this line with this radius and so forth, as depicted on the plans, is our expectation, is fine. So we need to just get that formally into the.
I think our engineer, provided that testimony. I can't stipulate to it,
No,
I'm
not
only counsel, but
saying,
I'm pretty sure Mr. Much, spoke to that.
there just needs to be a document from DOT that
And then I
says.
asked twice for a copy of the DOT application. I asked for it at the last meeting, I asked for it at a previous meeting. And both times it would say, yes, we'll supply that,
Right.
and it hasn't arrived.
We will, and as you know, Mr. Sinwell, these are outside agencies, these are conditions. You will condition it on those outside agency approvals and we'll provide it accordingly.
But when the procedure is that when the application is submitted, it gives the borough and the county the opportunity to comment on
Sure.
the permit. And it's kind of difficult to comment on a permit application if you don't know what's being applied for.
Understood.
Is, more information on the quote MEP.
The MVP building.
That area, is that area of LL1 of what's shown? Is that corner with a little jag in it, is that below grade?
Yeah, that's to defer that
below-
question.
You'll figure that out.
We'll,
I just was curious, because it's one thing to change.
below grade, it's above grade.
Versus the building on top of it. And you may have some opportunity, whatever.
We'll have Ms.
We'll cover it later.
Smith deal with it, yep.
But based on what I see, and correct me if I'm wrong, you have a surplus in parking.
No, we're right on the number. We're 134 and 134.
As I was gonna say, moving it to the east, to the right, gives you a better setback and only takes away a couple of parking spaces.
Understood, Mr. Smith.
Jay, any questions? So I'm just, Jay's our travel.
Before you start, answer to your question, neighborhood infrastructure, reduction of the redevelopment cost, about $35,000.
I think it's I'll speak, I don't want to speak to this entire council's intent, but we talked about using the money to make.
But there's also a requirement in the redevelopment agreement that the applicant shall pay their pro rata share of the architect, including simply the land use law and sites. So there'll be a responsibility there, but it's pro rata share.
All right, now,
I don't have any questions, but would you like me to go through what we did on behalf of the board, or is this the right time? I think that
it's more an issue, right now, it's an issue to, for questions. Okay, this, any, or questions, yeah, questions related to traffic, or comments, or, that you can make comments.
I would offer one comment, on the discussion of the corner radius. Right now, where that Palmer building is, as we all know, there's no room, barely even get that single equipment in there. It's barely in there right now because of how close that Palmer building is. Once the applicant cuts that building back and opens up that corner, I think it does open up an opportunity for DOT to improve that radius, an opportunity they don't have right now. They can't move that building. The applicant moves the building, opens up the corner. And what I would suggest is that the borough write into the DOT and ask them to improve that radius, point out all the problems. It's a choke point for bicyclists, it's not safe. And have DOT under a work order say, hey, we got the right of way now, we're getting rid of the building. DOT under a work order, would you be willing to now move your equipment and do a radius change? And that way, outside entities don't get pulled into the DOT madness, it's just the DOT doing it themselves. Which sometimes goes a lot better if you can get there.
Yes, you check it out all the time, you've been trying to get them to do.
Well, but
Yes, there's not something concrete and an opportunity.
that's exactly right. Now, I joke about that, you couldn't paint the equipment that they used. So, I can tell you the borough was asked more times than I can count. And that's why I asked the question about the right of way and the decision. So,
Well, but wouldn't that also go to, maybe I'm just beating the dead horse, but moving the NAP building to the east?
Well, you want to flatten the radius, basically. I mean, that's
So
your.
you want to align with Mine Brook? Or closer alignment, so that when they go through the intersection, you don't have that shift. Which you can't do where the building is.
And you can't do it with what's left of Palmer. You can't shift it.
No, you have to shift it right at the corner of that NAP building.
No, it's before that, it's right here. This is where it's misaligned here, this is the first thing you hit. Oh, yeah, it matters up here too. But right here, they only have what Jay just described, they have some opportunity to change this radius.
But they can't
But
change
they
the radius.
can't, but they can align the roads.
No, but you can't change the radius. Well, I mean,
Absolutely.
what's the distance between the property line and the curb?
That red line and the,
No, I'm talking about on the.
It's not really showing. Here's something else.
Bigger radius issues.
well, the first constraint is the Palmer. The existing residual Palmer building is gonna constrain the realignment as you've requested. Now, it should be part of when we ask them to look at the, what we're gonna ask them about. Part of that should be, hey, guys, can you make this a little more, visually correct, but they're still gonna run into the Palmer building immediately.
But the real problem is, that if you want something done, you have to have adequate right of way to do it. And the MEP building just doesn't leave enough distance from the property line to the existing curb. They have to have a minimum of 5 feet. Excuse me?
The amount of sidewalk in front of the buildings at the curb.
No.
Can you put that up, by the way? It's actually a good question.
No, it was in front. I thought it was in front there, the distance when we were talking about, plantings and things.
Yeah, why don't we go off of the, this is just a truck turning exhibit.
Yeah, so shown, bring back up the site plan sheet. The corner of what we've been calling the MEP building, but
So can we get the sheet number?
still, sheet C4.
Before, okay, that applies 426 article.
Yes.
It shows the improvements 9 feet off the curb. But the DOT requires a 5-foot sidewalk,
Correct.
so. I mean, doing the subtraction, there's not much more than 5 feet between the property line and the curb.
Do you mean between the right of way, dark right of way line and the curb?
That's what I call the property line.
No, that's the right of way line. It's not the property line.
It's the same.
I mean, DOT requires a 5-foot sidewalk through a downtown. I would want wider than 5 feet, certainly. 5 feet's pretty narrow for any downtown Main Street.
Well, I mean, but you show 9 feet or 9.7 feet, but part of that is on private property.
Yeah, this is a dimension from the building to the curb line, correct?
What's, if you slide down to the Palmer building,
Mhm.
what's the dimension from the Palmer corner there to the existing curb?
So, sorry, we show.
6.8.
We start here at 6.8 to the property line and then out to the curb, which is in the same location. That's, 20 scale. 12 feet 9 inches.
So in theory, the curb could be brought back towards the building 4 feet. I mean, through straightening it at that point. I'm sorry, you're not agreeing to it and it's
Right.
kind of whatever.
No, it's fair.
Yeah, it would require those traffic signal poles to be rebuilt, but
Oh, because the traffic signal.
they're
poles
right there.
Or,
Yeah, so it's right there, see the little round circle to
Yeah, you have the wedge sticking out.
this one.
Oh, yeah, right, that's what I was.
so that's gonna inhibit our ask anyway.
Unless they're willing to rebuild the traffic.
No, but see, the county right of way is where the red line is.
I understand, but if we said, look, bring that whole radius in.
Yeah.
Which is what we were asking. Implicit in that is, oh, well, there are 2 signal stanchions there that would
Correct.
have to be.
County, state, you need to move your.
To bring it in closer to the Palmer building.
I believe last time we asked this question, was currently, slide sidewalks and build on spaces. And I think the intent, and I'm speaking, the borough intent was to make that space bigger
Right.
for a lot of those problems. Now, I think, I'm giving you my opinion, I would be willing to recommend to council to move those stands, to recommend to the state and the county to move those stanchions to improve that corner.
Right.
But it doesn't satisfy the total.
I don't see the thing that you see at the other end.
Yeah,
I see the
it
point.
straightens the intersection.
Yeah, the problem is
When
the
you do that, it straightens the intersection. It's where that curb line is today, that's on the diagonal, essentially, going from the intersection up to the MEP building. That's what you want essentially to lower, to align with, Margaret Road.
And look, I can also, speaking as a layperson here. My intent is to have more sidewalks. I can tell you, look, if you were talking to Councilman Samara, she would close the whole intersection down. Not allow any cars to go through there and reroute around town. I don't think the council has that kind of appetite. But I think having as much sidewalk is possible.
Since you opened up, Christine's arm aspect, but, not negative, that's no. I also had a plan which said everything running on Minebrook Road would essentially go in one direction. Pine Brook Road would be a single direction road. That would then allow realignment no matter what was at that intersection.
But I think those are council considerations.
Yeah.
Right, and so that, I would not, I can speak personally, that's something that I would consider. And a rerouting of traffic in that entire area. And I know that's part of why we hired a traffic consultant.
No,
No, this is.
but I'm gonna make the last statement, then put this, we'll move on. When the MEP building is built, the improvement potential is significantly reduced.
That structure. I agree.
So we're planning it now. And if we can move the MEP building back so that when the council petitions the DOT to improve the intersection, that we have adequate room to do it.
So I'm gonna give a personal statement. I don't believe that as a governing body, so speaking personally, right, and as I was saying, council has the right impact on personal property beyond the right of ways that are provided by the state. That's my personal opinion, I would say that. And this has had to go with me as my political beliefs and what I think the rights of the property owner are, rights of
It tracks into another discussion that we'll cover with your architect, and you already know the point, which is, hey, why can't we bring the front of that building back a little bit to create less, even though you've got tons of public space, bring it back to create less of an impact in terms of the vertical nature of it, it would, and that's why I asked about whether it's above or below grade. You could still have all your parking, you could still have this floor the way it is, because maybe none of this is above grade at that point. You know, that you literally
Yeah, what,
could have the sidewalk there.
yeah, the building we're referring to is
The
the
building
retail, yeah.
And if the building doesn't have to follow the foundation.
Is that
It just
that
doesn't,
building,
so, but it,
what's the?
We'll get to architecture.
it's the building.
It's the building.
Just to ask,
It is the building.
no, but is it just a one-story building there?
No, it's
No.
four floors. It's a whole deal, it's the corner apartments, which are massive.
How, in your opinion, how, if you were waiving the one, how much space would you go for there? 5 feet?
5, 7 feet. Because the DOT is gonna use it as an excuse why they can't do it.
Oh, yeah.
But I don't think we want, and I guess I'm guessing for the region, right? We don't want to let the traffic, that's.
No, I'm just talking about, you get 5 to 7 feet, you get enough to flatten that curve, improve the sight distance, make it a safer intersection.
But we have no guarantees they'll do that.
Oh, I can guarantee they won't do it.
No, they won't.
I think
And
we
again,
still have the opportunity to do the corner.
Yeah, I mean, you talk about angle it,
Yeah, you can still do that corner because they're taking the Palmer building out of there. Right at that corner, you can make that flatter, you can make that right turn easier, you can just get a little more room through that corner, that is the pinch point of the whole intersection.
So in your opinion, that's the problem?
That is problem number one.
Problem
Yes.
And the bike people would say, well, don't worry, put a bike there, you know, like. in a surface, right, justly, so, you know.
I think we're all for making the turn by the Palmer building easier. I think it does, there's a debate though about the curve by the MVP building. About whether, you know, making that straighter or wider would actually make things safer, as he pointed out. The curve, you know, does encourage traffic to slow down regardless of volume.
You put a bike lane there, it would definitely be safer for the bikes. So that's true.
Would need to be
I think we
protected.
need to- There's lots of other topics that relate to this, the front, you know, the Morristown Road, so I know, thank you for bearing with us, and offering constructive help. Any other questions from our professionals? for this witness?
I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I don't.
Oh,
I
yeah,
have a few-
you count as a professional. Go ahead.
That's what they said, but I got that degree. Thank you, Chairman. I'm gonna call myself doctor then.
Is your license current?
It is. Good question, Mr. Chairman, will you accept me as an expert in the field of law? Please.
Goodness.
Only if you're patent lawyer.
That's right. Actually just wanted to, utilize Mr. Stroud, if I may, for a moment. Mr. Stroud, we had a May 2024 report, that I believe the traffic impact study came 5 days later, May 13. So were all your issues to your satisfaction addressed, and if not, please help the board as members of the public as to where they weren't, if they weren't, where.
Okay, so the report was based on the first traffic study.
Right.
Which we noted some issues, and with the testimony we heard and revised calculations, I believe those items have been addressed. We do, when we do our reviews, we do verify the existing data that was collected, the time of year it was collected, the trip generation calculations, the full build volume projections. I think our concerns came down to how they were presenting the operations of that intersection in the first report we heard tonight. Now we have a more realistic depiction of those operations as was testified to. And then our last two comments go to the delivery discussion that was had, how are we gonna handle the food deliveries and the ride share pickups? And that was well addressed during the testimony, as well as the question about access to the garage and how these would work. And how they can do that, so I think we've had.
It was touched on, yeah, that's okay, we'll cover its operations, so. Anything on a given roadway, like Morristown Road, right? Each traffic lane has a different level of A, B, C, D, F, whatever. Now, I had suggested that, well, if it's DF in one direction and BC in the other direction, that's a DF. You know, in terms of people trying to actually leverage it, it's not averaged in any way, right? We keep the 2 lanes ratings distinct in the analysis, and in no case we say, well, you got a D and an F here, B and C, so that's C. We don't.
No, the analysis considers each individual movement type. So even, even if we're headed
And keeps
westbound.
through the analysis.
Correct. Even if we're headed westbound, it will look at that left separately from the through, separate from a right turn.
Oh, even that.
Yeah.
Fire variations, okay. Sorry, I had that question.
I have one question. Okay, when the board's done, I did have some more, but please, members
Would
first.
you be able to, give a dimension from the corner of the proposed retail commercial that's,
This,
there to the, not the 24-inch, solid white line? Just a dimension from that corner to that line?
to the stop bar
Yeah.
here,
So
That's-
21, can you go to C3?
yeah.
21.9. And the distance from the western corner of the 2-story wood frame building to that same stop line?
It's gonna be a longer distance.
Yeah, no, I know, I'm just wondering what that distance is.
Still 20. 58 there,
That's a 558.
yes.
For my, I'm just looking at it as you're coming, west to see what that pinch is gonna look like. Because at the stop strike there, you have all your cars, and as you make that turn, you have a gap now that I'm used to seeing, which is, now I know is 58 feet. That's gonna be, shrunk down to 21 feet.
Well, there's
So-
no driveway there anymore either,
Right.
so that's.
But I'm just saying visually, I'm with
I'm
that.
sorry, right, that's Planters Sugar.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's shrubbery that's right along there
Right.
that impacts the sight lines as well as
But
your,
the new building itself, the facade, the main mass of that building is gonna now make that
Yes.
37 feet closer. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief. I did have a couple of questions of my own, on the traffic impact study, page 9. You referred to the paragraph, I believe it's from 9 to 10. It talks about the internal capture credit. I thought I understood you to say that that had been taken out of the analysis. Unless I misheard you earlier tonight.
That is absolutely correct. And sort of throughout this, we talk about what it is, but we also add in the small caveat of we're not gonna take that credit.
Okay,
So it's
so
just-
it said we're not gonna do this.
Yeah,
I just saw the explanation.
the first, yeah, so
So you did not utilize the internal capture credit in your analysis in your May 13, 2024 revised traffic impact study, notwithstanding the fact that you had a paragraph discussing it.
we're talking about it, but we do not.
So in table 3, if I could read these things better, with a different degree, I would see that it was taken into account, correct?
Correct.
And then my next question is the next paragraph, I believe addresses the pass by trip reduction credit that you did take, correct? And just out of curiosity, since we're up to, I believe, the 11th edition of the ITE trip generation handbook, why don't we go back to 3rd edition, for this, or what pass by credit, was it just explained in the 3rd edition that it carried forward to the 11th edition?
Two different books.
2 different books?
So it's trip generation manual,
Yeah, oh, manual versus handbook.
manual versus handbook. Yep.
And neither of which is apart.
Still learning.
Hal and Jay don't have anything to worry about, I'm never gonna get it. That's right. No competition. I did have one other question. Probably the testimony, I'll find it in the. Oh, to any, to the extent it's appropriate to ask you, we went up to the SU-40 on the, wheel basis, the size of trucks for truck, circulation purposes, egress, and circulation. Retail uses, particularly restaurants, but any retail, any of the permitted retail uses that might be, occupying any portion of the retail, in this proposed project should be approved, would it warrant, or have, trucks delivering or serving that are greater than SU-40 buildings?
For this.
In your experience.
Right, for this kind of small scale retail restaurant space, when you have the dimensional availability to accommodate a tractor trailer, oftentimes you get tractor trailers. When you don't provide that and you stipulate to your tenants that, you can't bring a tractor trailer here, especially when they're, of this size and character, we don't experience that tractor trailer delivery.
They'll either go somewhere else. If they go there, they'll make do with smaller trucks.
Correct. Yeah, I mean, it's logistics, right? If you can use a bigger truck, they do.
I think typically in Bernardsville, restaurants are using, they get a provisioning company that comes in and provisions,
Mhm.
gives them everything they need in the restaurant. Those are typically as high as SU-30s, they're in that 13.5, so you accommodated that.
Sure. Yes.
They're not typically gonna use tractor trailers. I agree with what
Mhm.
your comment was.
Yeah,
But we
the
definitely
two-
know that restaurants, because there was a double park.
Yeah, understood.
The question, suggestion, could a stipulation be made that leases say no deliveries in a tractor trailer?
We could probably do that, Mr. Simoff. It makes sense. It's a spatial restriction. Our design standard under the ordinance is actually for the SU-30. Accommodated at 40, based on comments. But I don't see an issue with that.
I wanna toss, are you done?
I'm good, thank you.
I wanna toss you a softball.
No.
So just stating, it, just for the public, so here's a softball. This is Mount Airy, and on Mount Airy, today there's a driveway, as you know, and the driveway is like, don't you dare go on this driveway or we'll tow your car. Or you can't, don't do this, so that's very restricted, but there is traffic going into. I suspect that the anticipated rate of the usage of the Mount Airy entrance and exit is equal or less than what's there today. In other words, the way it's depicted and the way it's being proposed, I don't see any impact on the awful situation at Mount Airy Road with the backups. There's no significant additional trips going in and out. There already is some, you're shutting that one down.
Mhm.
And is, in your opinion, is that a reasonable perception that
Definitely.
there's no,
Yeah, whether you're looking peak hour or over the course of the day, there would be less traffic in and out of a Mount Airy driveway proposed than exists
and
today.
even before if if county puts other restrictions.
Correct.
So it just, even if it's free flowing both directions.
Your perception is
It
correct.
seems to me that awful situation that we have on Mount Airy Road this is not impacting that. Correct, especially with the component.
It's impacting it in a positive way.
It may even be positive, yes.
I can tell you that was a vision, that was part of the vision of the council, did not allow access there,
Originally,
whether we're right or not. who knows.
I would just say the statistics probably bear that out, that if one looked at all the different turns and goals. And I know that's definitely a concern, okay, there's more traffic leaving the site, going in and out of the site, but it's on Morristown Road, and then beyond that, of course, wherever that traffic's back out. Which then leads you into the 10% kind of a thing, like, look, there are 1,900 trips and we're just adding. Okay. So end of softball.
Thank you, Chairman.
Would a condition also be added that there would be no, passenger vehicles be able to leave the parking lot, Mount Airy?
Yes.
Yes.
There are no vehicles.
Yeah, in terms of residents, et cetera, going out that door, yes.
Entering or exiting the Mount Airy?
Yes.
Correct.
In terms of revenue control,
Can
of
there
course.
also be a stipulation that there be an emergency activation for that roll-up door? So that it
Yes,
could be
yeah,
an emergency exit?
Yeah, so you're gonna hear a little bit more about, what our systems are, what at least we contemplate in terms of the ability to buzz somebody in, electronic apps to get people to come in on deliveries. But, and I'm not sure whether we've spoken with fire in terms of EMTs. Yes, well, yes.
An emergency exit, that's all. If you had a fire,
Absolutely, yes.
I'd like to be able to leave.
So you also talked in your testimony about some of the challenges during peak hours when left. You said that you were waiting for a DOT response. Does the applicant have a preference as to the way that they control traffic in that circumstance above and beyond what the DOT may or may not say?
I guess in what regard?
So you mentioned that during peak traffic, out of the main driveway, you suggested that the DOT may suggest or state that there may restrict left turns at peak hours. Does the applicant have an opinion on that statement, that why they wanted to stipulate to above and beyond what the DOT may or may not say?
I mean, I tend to leave those decisions to the respective, entities that own it, but if the board, stipulates the request be made on behalf of the borough, it does go a little bit further.
So look, I think if I was living there, I would self-regulate myself. If I can't go left, I'm gonna go right, I'm gonna go back to passing region, I'm not going to highway without that, right? I guess I'm not sure it would make a difference to have a sign there or not, because I'm probably gonna self-regulate myself anyway, and if I go left, I go left, the guys sitting. I don't think it has to be, I'm not suggesting about somebody else's.
Well, it's gonna self-regulate if that, left turn lane is backed up all the way to the taco place or the library, you know, and like, you're never gonna get in.
You're going right. I think a left, turn stipulation might be more appropriate on the loading dock side, no? For trucks on that area?
No, that's a county. For us, no, we don't care. It's not that much traffic. No, it's not the same thing. It's very different.
Well, I feel our traffic problem counts for something, so.
It is, but this isn't gonna mitigate that. It's not gonna be any different. It's truck, you know, a truck pulling out, you know, they're not all gonna be SU-40s. I mean, you know, it's just not gonna be problems.
So Zaz, I certainly your concern that I think, and I absolutely, and I believe you've already stipulated to that the traffic that they can manage would not be done so during peak hours.
Right.
I think that's the challenge, right, during the 7 to 8 window, the 5 to 7 window.
Where it's controlled.
They're going to control deliveries during those timeframes.
And you think the stipulation's not necessary?
I don't know. That's why I asked the question, because I was
It's
concerned.
also self-regulating. Like he says, people don't wanna go in those funds anyway, and they clearly can regulate, garbage.
Okay.
I think it'll be fine, because the big deal is, it's not the casual, it's not the, Ubers, it's not the DoorDash, it's none of those deliveries, it's not any of the emergency access. It's just it's a very limited set of trucks. And, I really think it'll improve
I do too.
flow on
Yeah.
that side, which is awful.
Somebody stopped in front of me yesterday, from Oregon, yes, sorry. He was turning left and it stopped up the whole intersection.
Yeah, we're already waiting for 3 times to go through this. Well, they're going at that, yes, obviously. They want to be good citizens. I don't even know how the left-hand turn lane would, the left-hand warning sign would even be mounted, you know, where would it, you know, I guess it would be.
Oh, right, no left
Okay,
turn.
no left turn during these hours, you know. Odd hours only, you know, where would it say? It's a left turn, usually it's like no right turn, where it's really obvious.
Mhm.
Can't do that. Something to think about. Any other questions from the board before I open it to the public? Okay. If there's any member of the public that has a question for this witness, not a comment about the app or a comment about this activity, but a question for this witness, please identify yourself, come on down. Is there an excellent report? Stand. And this relates to the
Testimony that's being given to somebody.
Yeah, Leslie. Claremont Road. A couple of simple.
She has to hear you over there.
Sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. It's okay. You can state your name again, spell it. for me.
Kathy Redmond. REDLING. Claremont Road.
And it's Kathy with a K or?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, couple of data collection questions. In terms of the crosswalk data, the one at Compton Hall, we'll call it the one north on Morristown Road, was the police data from that crosswalk for 2023 utilized in your calculations?
Police data, no.
Okay, so it wasn't, was it collected? Was it requested?
No.
Okay, it would be available, okay? Next, I won't ask, but the ambulance access inside should be managed, but ensuring ambulances and EMTs could exit. Does that happen with the gate is up once they come in? Or how does that function?
We haven't covered it yet in the testimony,
Okay.
the architect and the operations staff,
Okay,
emergency vehicle access, police, EMTs, fire, any of that stuff hasn't been covered yet.
okay, and another question, in terms of the pedestrians going around the corner where it's extremely tight at the Palmer Building, we're all familiar with that, there was no question about it. In terms of your data collection, did you measure pedestrians who cut through the Palmer parking lot to basically access the other crosswalk, ShopRite and places north.
No, that pedestrian cut through is not direct catch.
Okay. So there's substantial pedestrian data that might have been missed.
I wouldn't consider it might have been missed, we take what counts at the intersection of, show the pedestrian data and model appropriately.
Okay, because those pedestrians may have also, would you agree, gone onto the other crosswalk that we spoke of?
If you're cutting through the Palmer lot existing, it's unlikely to me that you would make that cut through and then come back to the intersection. That was around the corner, but that wouldn't impact the crosswalk.
No, the mid-block crosswalk.
Oh, at the mid block?
I think being noticed that.
We didn't observe very many pedestrians using that in our drone observation.
Okay, you might want to, and I'll just make a suggestion, or I'll ask a question. If you're interested, you could access that data from the police because that is the normal route for high schoolers. Going to school.
Would you consider that?
Would you, thank you.
Last question.
Thank you, I'm trying to find the ways to help, improve the data essentially. Okay,
Right, no, that's.
okay, and then, one other question as much as for the board, Ms. McQueen, thank you for being honest in terms of, yeah, we will turn right out of there, whether we're shoppers or restaurant, it's human nature. And we'll head, if we live that way, or we're headed down south or whatever, but, would we have a concern of people who want to head south or west would turn up Church Street and cut through the library parking lot, which is already a pedestrian nightmare, and turn left out of the library?
Yeah, I think, yes, and we're talking about the library as, additional parking solutions already. And that signage, we're talking about a lot of things that could enhance that parking.
And Wesley, for that matter, they're up there in a 15-mile-an-hour zone because they're going church over Wesley out to get to Anderson Hill. So, yeah, that's human nature.
Hi, Aaron Duff, and you got that.
Thank you.
I'm
I'm sorry, technically address too, if you don't mind.
Sure, 51 Crestview Drive. Thank you, in Borough. The driveway is a 2-lane driveway, is that correct, off of Route 202?
It's one lane each direction.
One lane
yes.
direction, thank you. And so when you're measuring your sightlines, you're measuring from behind the crosswalk, is that correct?
So we are measuring in accordance with the ASHTO standards, and NJDOT adopts those same standards. Where it's from the travelway of the road, but when you have a crosswalk situation, the driver pulls up and has to have a clear line of sight for the pedestrians, which isn't as long of a distance, and then can pull up and have a clear line of sight on the roadway.
I guess what I'm trying to establish, is the vehicle in that crosswalk at the time that you're measuring that line of sight?
So the vehicle is in our line of sight measurement. It's set back a minimum of 6.5 feet. It's a 6-foot crosswalk, so a portion of a vehicle may be in the crosswalk as the line of sight measurement goes.
So with the additional pedestrians that, are going to be as a result of the development, the residents, do you anticipate the vehicles who are trying to be making those left or right turns into heavy traffic behind that crosswalk as there are people walking through, and how does that, you believe, affect the performance of your driveway?
As it relates to the performance of the driveway, I don't see a adverse impact or a substantial adverse impact to it. Of course, pedestrians crossing the driveway, vehicles need to yield to. The left turn, we've talked about extensively, that it's a very difficult maneuver and one where you're likely just to turn right. The right turn is one where if there are pedestrians in the immediate vicinity, you're not going to pull up into that crosswalk. That delay, so to speak, of pedestrian crossings is captured within the traffic study. And then, once that crosswalk is clear, then they can proceed to look through, through the traffic on on 202.
I guess, going back to, Mrs. Rudlick's point, did you do any modeling or, make any type of, I guess, prediction about how those vehicles who want to go left but are going right are going to get back to the west or south, south 202 or,
In terms of the different options that
and the
they have.
impact on traffic throughout any of those?
Yeah, those types of options weren't encapsulated within the traffic study, no. So there's a number of different routings, both all about legal and illegal. But to that extent, no, it's a bit outside of the scope and focus of the study.
Okay, on your testimony for the delivery drivers,
Mhm.
Uber Eats, those types of things. Your testimony was that they're gonna use the garage, enter, and as long as they're out within a certain limited period of time, they won't pay. I don't know if this is you or operations, but where are they parking? What spots are available then for them to park?
That's gonna be that's deferred to operations.
Thank you.
I will stipulate though, it's gonna be whatever spots are open in a convenient location or where they're gonna deliver. We're not having designated Uber Eats spots, we're not occupying those spots. So as long as it's not a reserved spot, could be in one of the commercial spot areas, which we'll talk about, or they'll just pull into a parking spot. and
We'll
they
talk
will-
about this.
Yep.
We'll cover this in that testimony. I
Correct.
can stipulate anything right now.
I'm sorry, could you tell me when you looked at your baseline study, average number of daily trips, in and out was 1,900, is that correct? Is that ballpark?
No, it was in front of it was
So that was the
float in front of the.
yes.
I'm sorry, so,
Peak hours.
did you do a calculation of the number of daily trips in and out of the site from either entrance?
No, I did not.
You did not.
No.
Did you do any sort of, analysis regarding, number of vehicles relative, going out, in and out 202 Mount Airy, 202 Morristown Road versus the Mount Airy entrance egress?
Our analysis very much focused on the Morristown Road access for those peak hours that we did study, where our trip generation was routed entirely through there to provide a conservative analysis. In the peak hour, you may get one vehicle in and out of the Mount Airy Road entrance. It's not something that moves the needle from a capacity perspective, so we opted to take the conservative approach and model it all at Morristown Road.
Understood, so your baseline is entirely focused on, Morristown Road entrance egress.
As a conservative measure, yes, just based on the types of vehicles and who's able to go in and out of each location.
Thank you. Is it possible with your measuring software to give an exact distance from the driveway to that, sonified crosswalk, Cogden, please, Mr. Rutherford?
This crosswalk?
Correct.
Yeah, of course, from which point,
Corner, I
so,
guess, from the north.
yeah, we can start here.
Sure.
The 29 feet approximately.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, we did do the daily calculations for the retail and residential, it's about 370 two-way trips a day.
Two-way trip.
Yeah, in and out, 370.
Total.
So. Okay, so 370 is the total. Or is it 370 round trip?
370 two-way trips, that's all entering plus exiting for the day.
In total the trips. Total trips is, right.
I have one more question. Your report the original report is dated September 26, 2023.
Mhm.
Were you previously involved in this application?
In what respect?
Planning it?
I was involved in the traffic study report preparation. The redevelopment plan stages, I was not personally involved.
Or was Stonefield? Who made the decision to have one driveway on 202?
I don't know the answer to that question. Aside from the fact that the lot conformance with NJDOT wouldn't permit a second access point, but what's in the redevelopment plan and how that language was adopted, I'm not sure.
Sean wanted to give that area access.
Okay.
Any other questions from the public?
Mary Ellen Overbay with the line, excuse me, 7 Charitable Court. When you were looking at in your analysis, and when we were talking before about the left-hand turns, the right-hand turns, down at Walgreens, where there's one retail establishment, you cannot make a left from 202 into Walgreens, and you cannot exit onto 202. It has to be on the side road. Why did you, or why was there the immediate move to just one lane for entering and exiting here for regular traffic?
Of course, so part of it is to reduce the amount of distance that any pedestrian is walking across the driveway. Where you know, if you're just walking across, it's a shorter distance to cross a vehicular path of travel, and it's only the one in, one out versus, you know, having a side by side left and right. Also, if you have a side by side left and right, what ends up happening is you have two vehicles that are jockeying for position to try and see in an area that's already called tight with sight lines, especially when you're looking to your left.
My concern really was with the traffic impact of people making left-hand turn from 202 to get in. They're gonna have to stop to wait for traffic coming in the direction, which will back it up. And people coming out either make a right-hand turn or they pull into the bank and try to come out or do something like that, which adds to more congestion.
The lesser question, isn't that correct?
Isn't that correct?
Well, I think that the left turn in,
Yeah,
especially in those peak hours, you're sitting in the queue of traffic as it progresses.
you can't progress though if you're making a left-hand turn.
Understood.
Move. You have to wait for the other traffic to come, don't you? And then when there's a break there, then you can turn. In the meantime, everybody else has to sit behind you.
That's correct. And that's an existing condition of Route 202. You know, with the one lane of travel in each direction. What we don't want to do is place that traffic over to the side streets in Mount Airy. It's been the intent all along to not have vehicular traffic or passenger cars use that driveway because of how close it is to the intersection, the backups that are on Mount Airy. And so this provides a much better design solution, even if you occasionally are waiting behind someone to make a left turn in.
Will that impact traffic, for instance, at that hour when people are trying to get into the high school? You backed up, waiting for the traffic that's backed up, waiting for somebody to make a left-hand turn in.
I think especially at the high school periods, there's not going to be a high volume of those left turns into the site. Because you
No, I mean into Church Street, perhaps that wasn't.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm quite frankly, the impacts down at Church Street, from this development, those turning movements, I don't think it'd be adversely affected at all.
You don't think the traffic will back up through that intersection?
No, not with the volumes that we're proposing.
And we're not concerned about the high school students trying to get through that traffic to get up to school for their parents.
And of course, we're concerned about pedestrian crossings and pedestrian travel as part of any traffic analysis or study or design. But the project layout and design, I don't think has a negative impact on this.
Would you consider this a more congested and a denser population in terms of businesses and now residential units, heavier than there is down by the other traffic light in town at Walgreens, where you have shoulders, you have less traffic, and you have limited
limited access and no access out onto 202.
I think this area is much more downtown oriented, than that area is in terms of the walkability, the way the buildings have zero setback. All of those items that are more pedestrian focused as opposed to vehicular focus with the shoulders and, you know, the side street turning movements and the like.
Am I understanding you correctly in saying that is less congested, it has less problems than this area does?
I'm saying that this area is designed much differently in terms of, you know, how traffic can
I'm
flow
sorry,
through.
this area is designed like,
Much differently,
thank you.
as it relates to how traffic can flow through it.
It's more congested and,
I don't have those types of queuing numbers or answers for you.
okay, thank you.
Bill Hannah, Signature. Washington Corner Road. Speaking as environmentalist, I'd like to ask you what kinds of studies, what do you know about the additional exhaust that'll be in queues, that'll be in our center of our town? Do you do that? Does anyone, or are there other studies? I'm very concerned about all the additional exhaust from the additional units and all the queues. I've been living here for over half a century, so I know the differences and I know what it's like in these lines.
Your question is has he done it or has anyone else, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
They've not conducted any, you know, exhaust study or idling study, as it relates to this application, no.
Okay, taking off my environmental commission hat, and as a resident, and since we talked a lot about crossroads, and since I've stopped for track teams crossing from the high school, and I know about the other crossroads. So are there any studies that, are concerned about, when I think I heard you say you might remove that crosswalk because you want people at the lights at the, intersection?
No, that's not proposed or.
Okay, so you
that
will
was-
keep those, in the same positions they are. What I'm worried about, is there a possibility of additional jaywalking all along as opposed to if they're separating their, from the truck entrance, if pedestrians are separating, might it be a problem with additional jaywalking along the whole strip of that?
No, we're not relocating the crosswalks and just by.
Let's just say if you're keeping them where they are.
Mike, we're keeping us to let him answer, finish answering, then ask him the next.
We're keeping the crosswalks that are crossing Morristown Road and at the traffic signal, all of those stay right where they are. What's a benefit here is the existing sidewalk infrastructure, especially at that southeast corner. You can't walk through there past the signal pole without stepping onto the road. And so what this development proposes is much wider sidewalk infrastructure, much more accommodating to those pedestrians. And because of that, I would actually think that no, there would be less illegal crossing because of actual improved pedestrian infrastructure through this area.
Okay, I've heard you say this. What I'm wondering is if the, access on 202 for the trucks is closer to that walkway, is that more of a problem?
There's no trucks at this access.
That crosswalk there, or
Right,
the entrance coming in?
Yeah, this is an entrance for
Yeah, yeah,
passenger
that's it.
vehicles.
That's right, just the two. They're not concerned that that's closer to the walkway.
No, I'm not.
Okay.
Did you testify, that, it actually makes sense to have crosswalks closer to intersections, like
Correct. Yeah, that's why we commonly
Generally,
see,
good design principles are the crosswalk should, like, where it is probably doesn't conform to that theory. It should either be right at your driveway
Mhm.
essentially, or it should be up at Church Street.
right,
Where it is,
what you typically see from a design perspective is a crosswalk at an intersection because that meets the motorist expectations.
okay,
It's, you know, mid-block crossings are very helpful for crossing streets where there are not those intersections for a great distance where we have that situation here. But they're less expected by motorists, and so you get less compliance of stopping for pedestrians, things like that.
Is it your testimony that you would recommend the borough move that to Church Street?
No. I would, I think that having
Why
those,
not? I'm curious.
Yeah.
I know you don't have the traffic patterns, right, because there is one look at that. But if everyone's crossing a crosswalk, it's gonna go up Church Street.
that might not be
Well, there
the
already
case.
is one. Sorry.
Yeah, there's already one at church and that,
Sorry.
they may just be trying to cross the street to get to one of the businesses directly across.
Isn't that to get to the library parking lot?
Okay. Sorry, I forgot there's one in church already. So there's a crosswalk from 2 to 2 at church
And, feedback glass on,
to the people who access on
the eastern side.
Okay, thank you. All right. Any other questions from the public?
Diane Greenfield, 15 Oldwood Road. I'm wondering if there has been any study or have you looked at traffic impacts on surrounding streets to the downtown area? Because of the additional traffic during the downtown, people are gonna go cut through side streets. And that's gonna have an impact on traffic going on all the side streets to the other side of town. People are trying, and it's happening now, because I do it, I cut through. I will go through the middle of town, there's too much traffic. I cut all the way through, I go down Highview, go down Mullins, and it's gonna increase the traffic on those side streets. And has anybody looked at or anticipated that as a problem?
No, we've not done a study to try and estimate any sort of diversion of traffic down side streets as a result of the traffic from this project. No.
Do you anticipate that being more of a problem than it is now? I know that it's being done. Everyone I know on one side of town cuts through. They don't go through town.
Understood.
That's have to be a question.
Oh,
The comments are later.
okay. Would you anticipate that to be a problem in the future?
As a result of this development, no.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions from the public? No, any other questions from professionals that have come up or? No, okay. All right, we can take a break, 1 minute break until 9:45.
Thank you, Chairman. I think the court reporter needs her fingers to.
Thanks. Denise, I know this is the work department, but I have an idea, it's just for the general IT system in here. We have one projector right now, it should be split into 2 projectors. One there and one here. Save everybody's neck.
I'll let Ken fill out the-
Let's take it up.
I know, we've had discussions about trying to
You could, there would be wonderful if you could get on Amazon that would split it and then get another projector.
Well,
It's that easy.
talking about
You know, I think
something
we
other than a screen, because when there's a light out, it's very hard to see it. Talking about TV or monitor.
Oh, I see. As long as it's 2-sided. So the people, we'll put that the people have to do one here and one over here. What screen does that?
Traffic.
Different things, my thing is.
A small segment.
The sound system.
Where, let's see.
Yeah, no, not that I don't.
You know, feel like, but that's. They probably don't use. Yeah, they use it for the one.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Yes.
It's really a lot.
Moving it further away. Or Mark.
So there's a definite DOT.
You'll go by and see, it, because you're already.
I don't.
I just look at it, just see things, you got. I do agree.
Correct. Some of the driveway.
Guess it was buying the most. I don't go through my time.
I think
Whether or not, you know, like, I'm not.
Yeah, you have to take a role meeting there.
So I agree.
That's not site. That's.
To learn how to work with fans.
That's.
Yeah. Yeah, I, neither job.
I do very good. And I think it's just, but I do think that that's different than just widening the road. Say widening, it because it's an additional barrier. That needs to be- Yes.
They know.
So at the time you see the trucks.
Yeah.
But they're.
Yes, I did.
No.
Yeah, yeah. He's the only one that listens to his father. I don't think he's better. 10 a.m. ceremony, it's nice, it's super interesting. No, I think that's. Thank you. All right, Chairman, we're ready to roll. John Scala, back on the record again, and we are now offering Kevin Smith, our project architect. I will remind him he's still under oath. Mr. Smith, your credentials are still in good standing, licensed architect, et cetera.
In the state of.
In the state of New Jersey. Thank you very much.
The great state.
The great state. Thank you.
Yeah, how do you with the whole record?
Well,
Anyway, it's nice to see you all again tonight. After a period of time. I wanted to start actually with a new image that we have produced and I just try to.
I think we're up to exhibit A5. That was my note. Steve.
I believe that's correct.
Okay, thank you, Denise.
So I just trying to show some of the things that we are trying to do with this
with this project, and also explain a little bit, there's been a lot of discussion about, what's at what level. So this is a view, superimposed, on an actual photograph of Walcott Square that was taken last week, with the Palmer Building on the right, and the entrance piece to the new building. And if you look closely, you can see that there's quite a lot of grade change as you work your way down Morristown Road to the corner of Mount Airy. And another thing that you can see is this very dark arch, which is the entrance to the parking. So that's the pedestrian entrance to the parking that's right in the corner of the courtyard, adjacent to the entrance, new entrance to the Palmer Building. It shows also some of our intentions to use the Palmer Building as a kind of, jewel box or something, a reference to Old Bernardsville. And that as we cut off the segment that's on the right side or the west side, to really open that up. So there's the amount of space that has sidewalk or terrace and window, to really maximize the revitalization of and pedestrian experience all along both that stretch down Mount Airy and all along Morristown Road. So I just thought it was helpful to kind of see this. It doesn't show as well in the two-dimensional elevations, and the plans are kind of confusing. So I wanted you to see that first before I go in and talk about some of the things that we have done, changes to the floor plans.
Do you mind, so I see the entrance next to the other arch to its left.
Is really a decorative thing. It goes into the lower.
Into the lower retail.
The lower retail, exactly, right. And that if we did look at the plans earlier, the retail elevations follow to some extent the street as it moves up, from this, with the big arch, that's the entrance, is at the elevation 408. That is what was defined in the redevelopment plan as the elevation standard for that. That's the actual
Redevelopment grade.
Redevelopment grade. It is the actual curb elevation right at that point. It goes up to an elevation of 411 when you get close to the Masonic Lodge, and then swings around. It's about 402 as you come around the corner of Mount Airy. So the other thing to note that the fourth floor becomes a full-on roof with a dormer. So we are able to step the mass down as you move around the corner. So with your permission, it will keep going.
Keep going, just keep going.
Actually, before you go, so all of the architectural features that you showed here, the dormers, the striped canvas are all part of the plan. That's not just illustrated.
Yeah. No, that they exist in the elevations and in some measure of detail.
Pretty sure there wasn't
But they just
renderings that would.
renderings do show how they actually feel. So that's why we do them. And this is also consistent with the material choices, the stone at the base and the shingle treatment with there's a little sweep at the bottom of the shingles above the stone, the porches, and which is particularly important to us to have a little bit of porches to have some life of the residents, both visible on Walcott Square. I think that is also gives some energy to it and be able to see through at that one spot into the courtyard.
And we're also showing the awnings, that are on both street frontages, correct, Mr. Smith?
They are on those street.
And is that accurate as reflected on the, architectural plans? I know we're gonna look at floor plans soon.
Yes.
Correct? And the awnings and those treatments, we originally, when we filed the application, we had design waivers in that regard. but everything has been corrected, so we don't actually have any design waivers.
We have
The
no,
placement, location,
we
where
have
they
the
are
full, we
height-wise.
have the required height to the bottom of it.
But they exceed, they go over the property, and
They don't go over the property line.
I think on the county side, they do.
If the county were to take that land, they would,
Yeah,
they would project to 2.5.
they're requiring a dedication, and it's our intention to alert the county to that. It's actually on the plans themselves. If the county has an issue, we'll remove the awnings, but we don't expect that, Mr. Smith.
I have a question, the arch on the left-hand side, that's a retail space there.
Yeah,
What's the, floor elevation in that retail space?
that retail space is 405, so it's about 5 feet above that plaza.
And would that actually be a window? So
It'd be a window, but it'll be low. I mean, I
Well, it
think
would be low in the interior space, but from the outside, you'd be looking up.
looking out, we imagine that it's more of a decorative feature. We imagine it's a place to
Right, yeah, yeah,
display stuff.
okay.
So move on, I will go to the uninteresting portions of the building downstairs. This is the second lower level.
And these, if you could just give us the last revised date, and these were,
These are 426.
everything's 426
This is the same.
today, and sheet A1, great, as submitted more than 10 days in advance of tonight, correct?
That is correct.
Or no need to mark it as an exhibit, please continue.
So this does show some of the things that have been asked for, a really clear definition of the parking spaces and the structure. They are all the regular required 9 by 18 space, exclusive of the allotment of an 18-inch column. That's not included in that. And that there's a 24 foot drive aisle, and we have adjusted the elevations. You'll note a slight change to the left side that allows us to keep the floor of the upper floor level down a little bit to get the headroom that Mr. Chairman mentioned, the 14-foot required headroom for the 13-foot 6 truck on the floor below. So we kind of moved all those things around. If you go to the next.
Sorry, no, well, do you want backup? Do you have questions or? No, you want to go through these? I have questions on these.
Yeah, we can go back and I think it's
You wanna
better
go
to
through
look
the
at
whole set and
the
then
two
we'll come
things
back?
together.
Okay.
I'm happy to answer questions when you want, but I think it's easier to see the two parking plans together. So this is the upper parking plan. It's a little bit higher where you come in from the Morristown Road parking entrance. This is sheet A101. Also, same revision date. And you will note that we have the two places for the SU40 trucks. The roll-up door that John mentioned earlier, and that whole zone where is either under the building where we have extra headroom or under that end of the courtyard, we have allowed for 14 feet clear at every point. We still also have a bit of slope up so that we can provide a ADA accessible route to the archway I pointed out. John will point. It's very good.
Yeah, that's the entrance, that's the key.
Right, so that's a grade. You have to come down a ramp about 2.5 feet to get into you go sideways into the garage.
And you said there was ADA compliant. You said there was ADA compliant?
Those are, yeah, so there are 2 ADA spots that are associated with that portion.
The entrance.
Ramping, et cetera, ADA compliant into the space is the question, the room.
A ramp, yeah. And those, and that we've also, shown a service elevator that can serve all the retail spaces and also provide a back way when we get to the first floor plan into the easternmost retail space. So they are able to take their trash or deliveries down and move to a central retail trash zone. Perhaps if we zoom in on that corner, there's the retail trash, which has an entrance from the inside that can either be loaded or unloaded from within the garage. Or if it is preferable, you can wheel things out. There's a door, a pair of doors that allow you to get out onto the street. There was talk about exit. There is an exit through the stair. So you can go and provide fire exit from that. We can also provide for, in an emergency, for emergency vehicles, we could, in operations, can operate the roll-up door to get a vehicle out.
The key on that exit is that it is through the entire structure, that stairwell, it's gonna be, fire alarmed. And you're pointing out that this is where you would exit either from LO2 from the lower level or from the upper levels. This is where you would exit.
This is where you come down, yeah.
For those emergency stairs.
But it's also that, yes, from this corner.
But it's not access. In other words, it's just emergency.
It's just emergency. And I think from a security point of view, we would prefer it not to be accessible to. And we also don't want to encourage someone who's making a quick delivery to be standing there. We want to always want them to take the smaller vehicles in through the main garage. So that, I think we have done a lot to work these out. There's a slate, we have widened the entrance, which was shown in John's vehicle turning movements, and the entrance on the east side next to the Masonic Lodge, and have provided more openings so that there's a little bit of light and additional ventilation along that ramp that leads up to Morristown Road. Thank you. And then at the lower corner, we have allowed a place which we imagine is a good place to put the transformer, and there's an electrical room. So that's the electrical service entry for the building at that lower, the southwest corner of the site. And that's electrical room for the main switchgear. When we get to the roof, that the generator is directly on top of that.
You said the dirty T word, transformer word. If there's a hot box that's required on that corner, you stipulate to find aesthetic ways to hide it.
Yes. We want this to be an aesthetic feature.
The Conti development, they closed the stone and made it look like it's part of the property. I don't think you would connect it. You feel
Yes.
this property.
Yeah, we understand, and we will do whatever we have to shield it, conceal it, understood.
We try to make that feature, which you'll see later, that whole extension, which is the entrance to the garage, it's stone all the way up. Actually, an aesthetic feature with a gambrel roof at the top.
Which we'll get to.
We'll get there, but. Any other, I think that's it. There is the MEP space is the complicated one, so.
I have lots of questions on each one of these, like, so, but I want to let you know, really, so. And
Okay.
we'll come back to each one in detail.
Okay. Onward to main level plan. A102, and same date. And this is, so we've noted that we have extended the retail frontage along the entire Morristown Avenue face and moved the fitness center, and because of the headroom, we have taken the little tail, which is labeled club room, and made that accessible from the courtyard and to the residents and not a portion of the retail space. In order to provide for that 14-foot clearance, it has to be at a higher elevation, which is that of the courtyard and not accessible from the retail space. And you will note in detail that little elevator that exits.
Just point that out.
If you would point that out, the little service elevator has that purple corridor, which would allow the tenant of the easternmost retail space to have a little back door, you see carefully hidden there next to the security gate in the courtyard. Also minor changes is that there is a portion of the courtyard directly to the left of that club room. It's up another couple of feet in order to get the headroom underneath for the trucks.
It's only accessible from the retail commercial side. There's no
That's right.
stairs. I mean, you're pointing it out.
Yeah, the portion that's labeled 413 is accessible from the rest of the courtyard. That portion that has was a foot and a half higher is accessible from the second level of the Palmer building. Which.
And not the, just wondering.
What's that?
And not the
Not the
club
club
room.
room.
No, the club room we really is
In case it was an omission.
right. No. That has an exit. It has an entrance that you see on that little walkway from the main axis of the courtyard.
Just for the public, can you point out the entrance, Morristown and the stairs?
Okay, yeah, so the main entrance is where it says gate, and that has a gentle slope from that elevation 408 up to elevation 410 over about 56 feet. And gets you to a cross axis that leads either to that service corridor or into the residential lobby. And then there is an exit stair because that courtyard will be will have a greater occupancy than a single way out would permit. There's an exterior exit that leads down with a gate to Mount Airy.
Is that marked on their exit stair? I just can't tell. I understand what you said.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
It's marked as stair, it is, yeah.
Okay, yeah,
It
just
is
a moment. Clarify that.
exterior exit
And I see
stair,
the door.
Yeah.
Thanks.
which is really a gate, and it's at the floor level below. There are also more clearly defined little gardens that come off of each of the units. On the south bar and a little bit on the eastern bar. Give a little bit of privacy to those units from the courtyard. And as we move up through the building, and you'll see again, the red line just for the, is that assumption of the enlarged right of way. Which we have taken as, I guess, the most conservative approach along the northern piece of it is probably a little bit unclear. We've taken it at its possibly greatest extent. One other little thing where it says OTB, which is open below the white corner. Which is, here you go, is in order to get the full headroom to the whole length of the slight ramp that it takes to get down to the, from Mount Airy, which is fairly low, but it's not quite low enough. So we can't have a unit on top of that.
It's not off track then.
Yes.
Space.
Only architects like that. And then up up the next floor level and go back to the floor plans. As you see fit, is just becomes a standard. But you will note that in order to accommodate the right of way, we have chopped a little bit more out of the Palmer building, and we have made that extension, the so-called tail and a portion of the main area of the building shorter. So we've lost some square footage in order to make sure that we have the full right of way that the county may want, and is in their map along that area.
That's where the one bedroom is.
That's right, yeah.
Yeah, there used to be a two-bedroom here.
There were 2 bedrooms before. And at the eastern side, where we had, because we had lost some space, we had two-bedroom apartments there on that eastern face that looks at the side of the Masonic Lodge. There are shown as 3 one-bedrooms. These guys. Fourth floor.
That was.
With the sheet,
Which is G 103, 104.
Was that the third we were looking at?
The second and third are identical.
Okay, yeah, all right, that's so nice.
On fourth floor.
It's like, oh,
Center in, stay still.
So there is no apartment at that far end over the extension that space gets added to its neighbor. Which remains a 2-bedroom, because that piece is really only 3 stories tall. And the rest of it, we're losing little spaces in the roof, and there's different units up there, especially at the top here. Which you saw from that exterior view, that really resolves to a full sloping roof. So that the eave is at the 3rd level, and there's just a smaller dormer that faces west, and that's all. On the roof plan, which is the next one, we've clarified what those roof deck conditions are. They really are wells. We have a significant, the eave is 6 foot above the walking surface. Or the ridge rather is over 6 feet above, 6'7", I think, above the walking surface. And we're able to get little circular stairs that come from the units below. Only 3 units get that space, and that's the roof deck.
That's the green area. to
which is
south,
the, the green area around a small deck, literally. We're hoping to have a small green roof and a wood or simulated wood decking that allows a nice place for those people to.
How would you maintain that with grass or green area on the roof?
We had a good green roof, tray systems,
Okay.
Yeah.
Green paint.
green paint.
Can you explain the white block, which we've been referring to as the tower? I don't remember seeing any. I know, visually on the elevation, it's very disturbing, but I'd like to know what that is.
It really is a way of, in our mind, of resolving the way those two roofs come together.
Yeah, up here, but it's very awkward in the elevation, the north elevation. And out of character, and we.
Why don't we hold that one till we get to the
Get
elevation?
to the elevations, like,
Okay.
we'll take everything
So you
under
think that's
advisement.
Roof treatment or something, or
If you could-
TBD or.
Or find another solution to that. I don't think it's absolutely necessary. That was the first solution we had of taking these very steep roofs and bringing them together.
Okay.
At the other end, we mentioned there's the emergency generator. So that gives.
Now, is this a standby generator or an emergency generator? There is a difference. A standby generator like runs off natural gas.
It runs off
That's
natural gas.
standby. An emergency generator runs off propane or diesel or gasoline. So it's a standby generator, right?
Yes, and in this jurisdiction, you're allowed to use natural gas as an emergency generator to handle life safety.
I'm just saying,
Standby,
that's fine.
the term,
Yeah.
It's just a term, just
Right.
might as well stand by, it's gas, and this worked out with fire issues. Do you know the picture? There'll be some question as to the capacity and what percentage of the circuits you expect to support, as with any electrical configuration, that may, whoever is supposed to answer that, will cover that later, I guess. You're just finding the spot.
Right. And that spot is a good one from a run to the electrical room point of view, so.
Mr. Chairman, do you need me to extend the meeting?
No, not until,
11, I thought it was 10.
no, it's no new witness after.
Got it.
All right, okay, and what else about this, anything? Clearly from the northeast unit, the utilities are running from that northeast unit, northwest unit, I'm sorry, over to one of these, mechanical units that's on the roof, right? These represent the mechanical,
Right,
HVAC.
and they're within the runs that you're allowed for.
You're not gonna put any HVACs in the eaves.
I
or
think
anywhere else.
the people who have those roof decks would not like that. You know, we're confident we have enough space to do that, and they're within the runs that you're allowed for the refrigerant lines. that
And of course, to reach out to, they would be using these as
They'll
well.
use the same thing. So
please identify just so what sheet we're on.
a 200, the building elevation,
Same plan date, same revision date.
yes. And that shows no significant, no changes really to this north elevation.
But noting the tower level.
We will note, we note the tower and your desire to remove it, and we can take that under, there's,
Figure it out.
there is a way to do that.
Are there any questions or anything? I go into the, back to the top one, just. I think this answers my question, which is, it looks like at the right side of the larger building, it looks like it goes below. It goes into the yellow one space. The MEP building.
Yeah, it continues to step down, so if you looked at the
It's there,
plans,
it's not above.
right, it goes down, that elevation is lower than the other ones. So you're not really getting, low, very low, that MEP space will have a very
Now, you
low headroom.
testified to that. You know, the courtyard, the eating area that's elevated, that you said is for the second floor. Palmer,
Yes,
is that a correct?
that is. That is a mistake, it is up higher than
I would
that.
think so, or whatever direction.
No, it needs to be higher in order.
Is it
for-
possible
for-
this just didn't get adjusted, and like, there's also, you've made it higher because there's a doorway there now?
Yeah, we moved, we just didn't do it, sorry,
Didn't do this.
I'm.
So this will shift, that'll be higher, and then, of course, the doorway will then have enough room to get into the LL space.
Tall people will be able to do that.
Chimneys. Are these decorative chimneys?
They're really decorative,
They're decorative, well, it's a bit different.
right?
Okay.
The one on the right actually serves as the, the stair, the spiral stair into that top unit.
Oh, I see, it's like the.
Well, you get it, it's the top of the stair, the spiral stair.
I see it. Suggestion for the applicant that, which I brought it briefly last time, but I fully expect, in order to maximize revenue for this project, you will be wanting to put cellular towers on the top of this building. And it occurs to me, you could design your decorative chimneys in a way to enclose a cellular installation, so it still look pretty, and still have the height things, but instead of a big white box or something like we have down the road, you would have that, and you'd have a revenue opportunity for the lease. Just the thought.
We have done that, but I have done it in the past.
You may want to add a foot to the chimney, or do something with
Or it may need to be a little wider.
whatever
You're
doing.
What Mr. Graham refers to as the box, can it be treated the same way as the dormer on the right side of the building?
What?
So the area on the left.
The tower element,
The
what we
tower.
call the tower element on the left is what.
Yeah, I think it will be treated like like two rooms coming together with it. Happy to change that.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
May I ask one question about the tower element? The I apologize for stealing any thunder, but there's a 20% hardfall height allowance. And will the applicants, is the applicant confirming that they will comply therewith?
Yes,
Yeah.
we will definitely comply therewith, and I don't even think it will be a factor if we make some of the modifications that Mr. Smith is talking about now that's been suggested by the chairman.
So for clarification, no deviation. from-
No deviation from the percentage, and I think we're good with the chimneys, those are allowed as architectural decorative elements, and they would also be compliant, Mr. Warner.
They give you sort of a bonus.
Yeah, a little bit, correct.
And John, that's fine, right? A decorative chimney, I mean, real chimneys, there's some real concerns, but these are not real chimneys, so.
No, they're defined as unoccupied spaces, and you are allowed to have amenities and architectural features.
Yeah.
This is design flexibility to make it better.
Yeah, and that's fine, if there were real chimneys, then be a definition. So, they're not.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right,
Next elevation is
Mount Airy.
And this is the Mount Airy frontage, correct?
rounded, right? So that's the entrance with its height, to get to the truck and loading entrance. That whole element is stone all the way up, but as I noted, the top floor is not really occupiable, other than that there's a bedroom with that elliptical window.
Have you decided, because I think, with the chapter where there's 40 feet to the gate, will the internals of that tunnel be the same matching stone?
Or we'd like to, it's certainly the first 10 feet in and both.
Where is the 14 feet? Is it the feet?
It's higher than it needs to be. It's about where that dash
Okay, so
line is.
the whole width is 14 feet.
Correct.
Or more.
Well, can you scroll right a little bit there, or just. I don't see the exit, and maybe it's on the side.
It's on the side.
Okay, gotcha.
Which was,
That's where the door went, it's stairs.
right, the stairs exit right there, and there's a pair of double doors into the electrical room.
You got a gate of the stairs down.
It is in my eye, there's an elevation from that arch feature to the, I guess, the right side of the building. The elevation goes up by several feet along the road there, is that right there, I'm guessing?
Yes. The low point is actually where the loading is, and then it starts sloping up the hill. Up, as you go across the railroad tracks, you're sloping back up.
I'm assuming that's the existing grade that you.
That's the road, yeah.
And Mr. Smith, the one thing I do want to point out, we're obviously showing this, we are not showing any of the landscaping that's along the frontage, but we do have landscaping that is proposed in that right corner, correct?
Right, and a tree to the left, in front of the double doors. There's meant to be. We have not put the landscaping or street trees at these elevations for reasons of clarity, so you all can see what the architecture is like.
Mr. Chairman, we may be, if I recall correctly, at the point where the motion might be appropriate to extend. But needed, I'll move to extend.
I'm not ready, there. We get close and then we extend.
Right. And we're extending to,
We don't know, it's just,
I thought the limit was 11, we started at 11:05.
yeah,
Well, I'm sorry, I thought it was 10:30.
no.
I made the same
Stuck, you're right.
When you said it was 10 minutes shy of 10:30, that's why I thought he was telling you.
No.
You were 40 minutes too early, I'm only 30 minutes too early. And I assumed the beginning was right.
Yeah, there you go. He didn't ask John.
Forge ahead.
Do you have an architectural rendering with the landscaping in place?
No, we don't. We have that in the plans, but. And then the remaining elevations are, I think, are.
Wait, and Kevin, just correct me if I'm wrong, we actually did change the roof lines here for the gambrel roof, is that correct?
That is, yes.
Can you just point that out, because that was a comment?
Yeah, I think we had a different impression of where the gambrel would be, like, the back gambrel, right? It's kind of like, yeah, you changed all this, right? I mean, you know.
Oh, yeah, I just wanted to hit on some of the changes from when we
Yeah.
first.
The point is it's lower and closer, yes.
We did lower the whole thing
No, I know, you had to do something, you take it on the general concept or something, that was next elevation.
So that's the east elevation with a wider entrance to the garage.
So this is next to this is the driveway, next to the lot.
Correct,
going
that's
down.
Morristown Road.
Yeah, I'm looking through the masonry.
And is this now the correct pitch?
Yes, it's steeper and then it becomes flat.
And those three doors there are
Those are really, they're grates.
Grates.
They're
to,
provide light and ventilation into
Right.
that portion of the garage, which we always had on the south side, but now have on the east side as well. And just to provide a little bit of extra turning movement and as well as a pedestrian access in an emergency, we widened that whole opening into the parking.
is that green section on the right an inset? Like, or is it a
Yes.
exterior?
Well, no, it extends about 6 inches and then
Into-
above it, there are two slightly inset balconies.
But it's extending into the driveway,
It does, but not far. We have a space,
space there.
right? We moved the driveway away so that there's a little zone that is.
And you're not too good, but to the right, to the left, there would be a little shrubbery area.
Correct.
Okay.
And that, if you really drew that elevation, it would keep going. It's at an angle, there'd be somewhat more of it than it gets cut off. And I think we'll look at extending, just cutting off more to get rid of the tower. Moving that
We'll figure it out.
gable over to the right. And then this is the south elevation. Which has those graded openings into the garage.
Yeah, there's a lot of EV parking in this wall.
Yeah,
So south, we're now looking from the
The
train
train
tracks.
the train tracks,
Same materials all around.
same materials all the way around, stone at the base, right? A shingle, a cementitious shingle for longevity. You have that. In it, there's an exhibit with those materials. And colors.
Is there any maintenance required on this side, because there's not too much of a setback?
Yeah, no, which is why we're suggesting these kind of materials, so.
We're gonna go through this in detail on the celebration. When we go through the floor plan, I don't think that's a good enough answer. So we'll come to that when we go floor by floor.
Okay, shall we go back to floor plans?
Is there any other?
That's it. So the sheet with signage and lighting, signage locations and lighting.
Would you just touch on the lighting you're doing?
I mean, a very limited type of wall sconces, a gooseneck light. And then there's a ceiling light in the porch elements.
Here's the one that has the sheets that actually have the materials.
Yeah, there is the next, there's one that has the.
Yeah, so yeah, you just kind of go through the material mix, if you would, Mr. Smith.
Was this also previously submitted?
Yep.
Yeah, this is part of
This
the
has been
study.
submitted for a while, so. What is the number?
8202. Okay, got it.
No, I think it's fairly straightforward. The rubble stone will do well to match as close as possible to other examples that exist here in the center of Bernardsville. A fiber cement, low maintenance shingle, metal windows that really represent, that really replicate historic, wood sash windows with simulated divided lights. Exterior shutters that are a composite material. And then an asphalt shingle roof. And a thin brick chimneys, they really.
And when it comes to window cleaning, et cetera, type of windows we have.
They're all done from inside.
Sorry.
They're operable. There'll be a tilt feature for cleaning.
Is that,
Ready for some floor plans?
well, we're not gonna, that's the problem, because we're gonna have to go through a lot of discussion on the various floor plans. So we're clearly not gonna get to it. I've got an added complication that I'm here for the next meeting. I'm sorry, I won't be present at the next meeting, so the 13th, the next meeting opportunity. Yeah, keep going a little. There's a lot. Okay, let's go to the bottom floor. The first thing first of all, I want people to understand how this circulation works, because we really didn't go through that, and people should understand that you're from that center trapezoid, you're driving down a ramp onto a mezzanine floor, essentially.
Right.
Around, follow the thing down a ramp, down another ramp, until you're finally getting to the bottom. And just important so people understand that's how it works. So, the first comment I have is an opportunity, I think, because we could get more space, and that is in the upper right-hand corner. Those stairs, which are the stairs, they're the egress stairs from the two parking levels to the street. That's their purpose. If you reorient that, you could pick up space. In other words, you kind of got an empty corner there that's not really being used. So if you pivoted it, just think about, don't have to, but think about pivoting it, because it would give you more space. It would give you more space on your ground floor for whatever purpose you want, because that's where the exit, the exit hallway is. So consider that. It's obviously not an elevator, so it's not something someone could navigate with a wheelchair or anything like that, which is okay. The other thing people should realize, it's obvious to you, that the mezzanine level, which is everything at the top there, has the ADA spaces, and they have access to the elevators, which are on essentially this little mezzanine level. And that's great. So they're in the right spot.
What are the grades?
The percentages,
Yeah.
I think they're in the plan.
6.5%.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you had some challenges and you adapted, if you split some of the ramps to.
Yeah.
To make it.
We are able to achieve 11 feet between floor levels everywhere.
Clear that you had spent time there. So let's look at the lower left-hand corner. And what do you say there? Secure bicycle storage. Could you have picked I'm gonna be nasty here. Could you have picked a worse spot for secure bicycle storage than that location? Do you bicycle? If I'm bicycling and I'm coming in off the street, hell, I'm gonna go down that driveway. And I'm certainly not likely to go through that LL1 door and then navigate all around this place to put my bicycle storage there. And of course, you can't charge it there. So you just can't. My opinion,
There are better places for the
There-
bicycle store.
much better alternative.
Yeah.
Now, when I first looked at it, I thought, maybe on LL1, you've got some unused space right by the driveway. So if we were gonna make people pedal up and down that driveway, there's some space right there at the gate, which you could have used as secure storage. A better choice, in my opinion, use the courtyard. Figure out a way where people can leave their lobby, go out in the courtyard, get on their bike and go through the gate, has to, be able to accept it. You got long things have to go through that gateway, so a bike could be fine. You then have the opportunity to charge the bikes there. And the people that are in these apartments are gonna have e-bikes. And you've got a lot of opportunity where you might wanna put it, but I would put bicycle, you could have other bicycle storage too, you could have long term. But short term, you want, it's secured, relatively secured. They can take. You don't want them taking batteries into their apartments, because that's gonna be against the rules. So ideally, you want the charger right there. You want this to be a premium building offering, so. That's just positive feedback, make it better.
What are those service, MEP and the other one above them?
We're going to need places for
Wow.
a lot of stuff, water service entries, gas service entry.
They're gonna need tanks for their sprinklers. You do know you have to do 20-minute sprinkler, right?
Yeah.
Not 10, 20. The fire department can't get to you in 10, so they're maybe 20-minute. So the point here is you roughed it in and you just said, we just know we're gonna have to put stuff to house. And it's now residential storage. Now, the elevator here, there is an elevator here, right?
That's the service elevator
A service elevator, and that's available to the tenants.
for the tenants.
They don't have to do special fuzzy things or anything with their
The intention is not to because of the
intent is key card it.
key carded for the, also so that it provides access to that package that's on
Right, and then
the
that's,
floor above.
we haven't really gone into operations at all because there's a line between. There's a blend between you and operation. Right, so, okay, I think that was all I had about this floor because this is the lower level and this is expected to be all tenant.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, before we get off of this floor,
Sure.
I didn't, and I know that Bob read his letter, he had a number of architectural comments, and I'm sure eventually we will get through them. But my question on this floor goes to that lower left-hand corner of the south west corner of the building. It looks like the building is right up on the property. You can't see it because you've got the label right on the top of it.
Yeah.
But if you go all the way up to the top, your roof overhangs into the transit right of way. So I don't know.
We gotta get to it, but point noted that
I don't know how you could do that.
they can't, so we're gonna cover that.
And then on this floor, obviously you're gonna have a footing. How far below grade is the footing in that corner?
And construction methods and so, right?
Yeah, that's exactly where I'm going. I mean, how far below grade are you on the property line? How do you excavate that? Does the footing extend beyond the wall? If it extends beyond the wall at all, it's off the property.
Right, yeah.
And if it's down 10 feet, then you've got to dig.
To be an asymmetrical footing, but yeah.
But somehow you've got to do that. I want to make sure that you are right on the
we need
Right
to
away.
make sure we have the thickness of the wall. And some offset for, the roof overhangs are pretty small, but
Right, they are very big, but still along that area, you have to apply the exterior facade treatments in the building. And you won't be on the property to do that. When you get further away, you can probably put up some scaffolding or something, but that corner is a concern to me because
yeah.
it looks like it's very difficult to try to work in. Because you've got a very steep slope down the tracks, you've got high voltage power lines in there.
Yeah.
And you've got separations you have to keep, so it's tricky.
Understood.
Sorry, so we're kind of doing floor by floor, and obviously, we do a comment on it. Are there any comments on this floor from, our board? The elevators themselves, what's the inside dimensions of the elevators will comply with all the emergency services, AP,
Both elevators.
you know, and turning radius of the people in it, not that. So I just want to affirm here, so if I'm parking, if I'm the unlucky person who has the parking space all the way at the end in the upper left-hand corner, the left-hand corner, I'm basically getting out of my car, I'm gonna walk level, right, basically down to the south. Then I'm gonna walk up a little, I think there's a little ramp there, right?
Yeah.
And then I'm gonna walk up another ramp as I go up, and then I'm going to hit that elevator, correct? And then that's how I get into the building.
Or you could use the service.
Freight elevator? That's a good point. That's right. That's a good one. All right, cool. I think we can go to the next floor. On this one, once again, the thought of rotating the upper right corner, just to get some space. On this thing, the interesting feature is you drive into the driveway, coming down the driveway. You're gonna go through some kind of a gate, you know, as described, and you have the option of taking a sharp right up a ramp to the elevators. And I believe this is where we'll get into the operational aspects of the car deliveries and pickups, things like that. But just so people know, that black line is important up there, that one right above the elevators, that's a wall.
Right.
It is separating you from what we looked at down below. We looked at the mezzanine, and you remember those 88 places. So when you come in back, if you're coming back in the driveway and you kind of go along the south, there's a ramp. In the center of the drawing, there's a ramp down to the lower levels, to the mezzanine, and then from the mezzanine, it goes to the lower levels. So the key around this is where we will want explicit discussions about retail versus residential and visitor parking operations discussion.
It seems like there's a lot of parking on the dead end.
Well, it's not so dead because what I fully expect you to tell us is your intent was everything on the west side, you know, that aisle, that's retail. And there may be a few spaces on the south wall that are retail, but the retail will kind of continue down the ramp to get your 30 spaces or something. And then at some point, you may or may not want to think about a gate or something that separates retail from the heartland, you know, everybody else. Just, there's an opportunity there potentially to have some type of barrier. that you should consider, so it's not being.
No, we understand, Chairman, it's something we talked about, we don't actually anticipate the need for that, to have a gate separation. And candidly, if somebody comes in.
So the road flags will be a no.
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. All right. Okay, the other aspect of this, and it gets into operations, is this trash room. And I think what you're saying is a big purpose of the elevator up in the retail area is to carry trash containers down to this level, to wheel them through here and over into the retail trash room. Is that your
Yes.
anticipated operations? And if I'm retail on the eastern side of the northeast, you're gonna roll it across the pathway
archway,
into
yeah.
the same elevator and down into the retail trash. Okay. I think that we have your MEP building apparently. And now, it's MEP service and then is there retail storage really there?
Just in that little box where we get,
Square
where
feet.
we have had.
And that you've added that in, is that included as part of retail,
Yes.
this retail storage? Okay.
What is the gross square footage of retail?
9450, but it includes that 400 square feet.
And MEP, is that part of retail?
No, it's general for the building.
Now, the Palmer building, that's essentially on ground level, right? I mean, where you see retail, that's commercial, that's
It's ground level.
ground level at that, okay, fine. So scroll down a bit. And I want to talk about trash. So in the various depictions we've seen, you've depicted 2 trash chutes.
Yeah.
Is that true?
Yeah.
Are there 2 trash chutes? What do you envision going into each of the 2 trash chutes?
Recycling and trash,
Garbage,
garbage,
in a bag goes into one chute,
right,
and
Recycling.
everything else goes into cardboard. Are you gonna let them put cardboard in that?
single stream.
No,
What have you done?
Well, you've got Amazon deliveries, you're gonna have a ton of cardboard.
In other buildings, they have, it's a single stream, including cardboard.
The county.
Okay, and so then,
But we have a room, we could do a general collection.
you look about it clogging out, you know, I'm gonna take
And
it.
we also, and one of the reasons for having the package in there as well, so.
Is
Taking
unpacking.
in deliveries, unpacking.
Just think it through, what you wanna do, it's your building, you operate other buildings, you have to know what works, really think about what works, and also, as they said, what's the county expect? Now, you can get a trash hauler who just isn't gonna care, he's just gonna take everything out here, so yeah, it's in a recycle bag, goes in the same thing, you know? But I don't know what the restrictions are, you know, from what the county will tell you, honestly.
Well, we'll certainly work it out, and obviously we're private waste hauler here, so.
Well, that's the thing that tends to, well, segregated, we don't care. If you do try to conform to county, then they have garbage, which they don't deal with. They have basically paper and cardboard, and then they have all of the other recyclable plastic.
Make plastics
and so
and
forth.
aluminum.
And do you expect people to put them in bags and drop them in the chute? Or are they just gonna throw stuff down the chute? I don't know what your building processes are. I know it's your architect, it's operations, that some of these would be like this, but it's a lot easier to have a third chute if you're doing it now as opposed to,
There's room for it, if it needs to be, yeah.
or some other process. We're getting close. Does anyone have any other comments about this floor?
So like you stand now, Mr. Chairman?
I can almost-
You have 3 minutes. If you can, the next meeting, I'd like you to get your.
Okay. Oh,
Yeah, I don't think so.
Yeah. I mean, how much more time is there?
There's a lot more, so, the good news is they get to hear it, and some of these are just really, hopefully constructive to make it a better place.
Yeah.
And you'll have the chance to operate on it.
Well, I'm gonna move to extend to 11:30, hopefully we can get.
Also. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we're extended. Does anyone else, like I said, have any, concern about this? I have one other concern about the trash. Then, and that has to do with, and I will first defer to Sean and have asked him a little bit about it, but the transparency aspect of when we have a streetscape, it's clearly, as you know, there's a door there, you're gonna put a tree there. It's clearly from this perspective, and it's ground level from this perspective.
Right.
Okay, and ground level, we're supposed to have transparency rules and,
Why don't we go to that elevation if we could?
Sure.
Because we're talking about the Mount Airy Road out.
yes, there you got it right there, you got it.
So that's exactly what we're looking at, and I understand what you're saying, Chairman, so we do have a percentage requirement, obviously.
Whatever
The
it is.
Palmer Building, I believe, meets your ordinance requirement anyway,
Let's go, let's
as it is
standard.
as to demonstration. Honestly, I will say this, that right corner, we think we have nice stone there, we're gonna have landscaping that is also in there.
The rules are
If I get that, I think we actually satisfy the rules, but if the board thinks it's important that we plop another, window or one or more windows into that stone covering that's gonna be behind landscaping, we'll certainly take your advice on
Yeah,
that
the
if
key
it's
is to work with
necessary.
John on it to, whatever it is.
Chairman, I like the stone, it's up to the board.
The transparency issue.
Transparency issue is really the focal point of the Palmer Building, the frontage along the, Morristown Road. That segment is kind of separated out from the Palmer Building, it's its own element, and
You're comfortable with it.
I'm comfortable with it.
You're willing, you say we should accept.
My recommendation would be to accept it unless the board objects to it, it may need some relief, but I think the aesthetic works better. That's just my opinion. I defer those decisions to the board. I'm comfortable with it. Especially behind the doorway there that's recessed in the gate. I mean, there is openness there and it's multifaceted. I mean, it's not one large building on the right side. It's actually segmented. That's a perspective.
I think the key is, that's right, I think the key is to identify what it theoretically should be.
Correct.
And
I
then to say, okay, we would like
Exactly.
relief from this and with whatever you.
Which is why I pointed it out and why we discussed it, because it's a technical application of the code. But I think there's an exceptional situation here where
Mitigating factors.
there are good words. You come up with great words, optimizations, mitigating.
Mr. Chairman, just for clarification, so at some point, we'll have the magnitude of the deviation on the translucency or transparency requirement from Mr. Zabel perhaps, so that we can quantify it, memorialize it, the board can rule on that deviation, correct?
Yeah, I mean.
Does the archway count as transparency?
No,
It's
because if you read the plan, it's interesting that you raised that, if you read the plan, it's a measurement of the windows on windows and the windows on the doors. Versus the area on the floor, on the grade.
Okay.
So it's again, it's a technical application.
Yeah,
Area
I-
of facade.
windows would be
Area of
trash.
facade, correct, for that,
And it's 15%.
15, and by the way, it's 20% transparency requirement for the commercial side. I would consider that 15%, that's the residential side.
On the what side?
So residential, that's all residential.
Oh, okay.
So to the extent there is a deviation.
If there is,
may
yeah.
not be one, but
I,
John will give it.
I'm rolling it I think if you did the math, we might have, we'll work it out.
Let's just agree to do the math and agree to
And I
probably agree to.
And then the board can make a decision about whether it's 50% the requirement, and they're at 11, you know.
We might be able to make the window next to the arch larger, for instance.
Exactly.
And I was wondering, if the applicant would agree, and let's take the assumption that it is some percentage below, could we have two renderings, one that meets and one that is
Of course.
existing? That way we can choose what is right for as well.
Sure. Is
It
there,
will also superimpose landscaping there too, so you actually
See it
understand,
together.
you can see it on the. Look at the site plan, actually, if you look at our, that corner rendering, you can sort of see landscaping there, but probably better if we just superimpose that there. Okay.
okay, cool. And there is a railing on top of the trash, right? That is a railing, right, protecting the courtyard?
Yes, so you can't fall.
You can go right back to the plan.
Oh.
Next. The only other thing, there's lots of things, I want to point out your, southeast corner shrubberies. And, also your, the room next to it, which I said could have been maybe the bicycle storage, you know, if you wanted to make it go up and down the driveway. If further discussions, which we're gonna get into at the next page, say, you know this because I've given you this stuff, but this is developable land. This could be building footprint potentially, and in order, if we end up condensing you or putting pressure on you from floor space, which you obviously just went through, consider this space, it's 4 floors, you know, of space on the right hand side. I just want to note it while it's up here, that there may be some opportunities to allow other things to occur.
I have a comment. I calculated the grade, the dark area, the shaded area from the street up to the property line is about 13%. I think Bob Ryder told you this, right?
You're talking about the ramp going.
Yeah. Ramp on themselves.
Yeah, I know Mr. Much spoke to that when we were here last meeting, but I don't recall specifically what he said.
But when you have grades that steep, you have to have a transition. Can't just go from flat to 13.
Right.
Car bottom there.
Yeah, I think Mr. Much spoke to that. I think we actually spent 15 or 20 minutes at the last meeting talking about it. And I think he did say
There is a transition.
that there's a transition and we take.
Well, you should
time
bring it
to
for
make sure.
to-
I don't know, he's not here right now, but
Yeah.
I know we touched on it last month.
Because then
Or
the
2 meetings
transition
ago.
should be about half. So you go from 13 to 6.
Right.
But what that does is it lengthens the ramp.
Yeah,
Because you can't get the same elevation you need through.
she just needs to present the details again, probably, that's all.
Yeah, it's really a profile of the run.
Right, well, you know, and you had it sort of on the other elevation, but no, really take a look at it. And the other thing is 13 is pretty steep. You know, like it's covered, it would not be a problem, but in the winter with the snow and sleet and sort of. You covered that too, you changed the drainage, you optimized the pitch for the drainage, I think, in the driveway as part of that whole.
Correct.
And what kind of the Masonic temple, is there an easement on that easterly property line?
So, again, we talked about this at the last meeting, so, there is that alleyway that is between the two properties, it is a 4-foot wide easement, 2 feet on their property, 2 feet on our property. We are offsetting our improvements 2 feet into our property further. We are not impacting the, right, further. We are not impacting that, we are not using that alleyway, we've never used it, we don't use it. We've just maintained it, just to leave the status quo, as it relates to that.
And I just suggest that you go do go do a sidewalk, really look at it. To me, I'm not sure that the survey's accurate. And I do know that the Condon Lodge is encroached on the alleyway.
Right. We have no issue with the
And I really don't-
encroachments that are in there, we don't really care about that, Chairman, because we don't need it. The truth be told, that easement could probably just be vacated and both property owners get their property back, because it serves no purpose, but we are not looking, I said it last month, to upset the apple cart as it relates to that existing easement. Whatever it is, they may feel they still need it.
I think the key is that, and it's probably there, but let's just make sure it's clear. Like what I'm listening to, and what you're saying,
Yep.
what we wanna do, let's make sure it's clear, and let's finish to see where you build. I know there was questions about the retaining wall, and there's lots of stuff that he had talked about, we'll just make sure that that's all squared away. And like I said, they're encroaching now. Not onto the order.
Not onto our property, they probably encroach into
Three
that,
inches from it.
into the 4-foot easement.
Because now I'm gonna act as a lawyer. Does the notice include the lodge as part of the?
No, it is not, Mr. Simoff, it's not required, we've actually talked about that too. We are not doing any improvements with that, in that easement area. Our easement, our property 2 feet in, we are not encroaching onto their property. We're not required to notice off of the extreme of that easement. The easement as it is 4 feet. It runs 2 feet down center, both properties. So our property actually goes 2 feet into that easement space. Our buildings and our improvements, again, are not only not within that easement space, we have brought them back 2 feet into our property.
No, but what I'm saying is, the fact that there is an easement, doesn't the 200-foot radius have to go include the?
No, it doesn't.
Well, they're noticed.
They're noticed, correct.
the 200
I do not have to notice off of that, Mr. Simoff.
Okay.
He's, sorry, I wasn't asked, but if I was, the applicant's counsel, I'm gonna answer it like a lawyer, is not incorrect. He's not incorrect. In other words, it's correct. They're not using that word access, as I understand it, so nothing in the adjacent lot brings it into being part of the subject site for this development application, and therefore it doesn't require the inclusion of that adjacent property for purposes of calculating the 200-foot perimeter around.
Okay, I'm just an engineer.
Simon, you're not.
We're all lawyers, and some Philadelphia, some others.
I think that's all I have for this slide. This is the ground level. Once again, examine the LL1, LL2 parking exit and the upper right-hand corner to gain space. Once again, consider a courtyard-based bicycle storage here somewhere. Here.
We'll take a look at that, Chairman.
We could conceivably do both.
Now, we've alluded to the problem on the southerly exposure here. I'm gonna start getting into some fire issues. These juts out of your apartments at the lower left corner and the lower right. Well, the lower left corner, not the lower right, I'm not so concerned about. You can't do that. You can't do that. You have to have, basically, what the ground level is you've got patios fine sitting on top of the LL1 roof. Okay, it can't block it. like that. There's gotta be access, and there's gotta be access for a couple of reasons. You do want emergency access. For the resident, don't have to provide it, you can tell them, no, you just go out there and sit there and wait. By the train tracks. The other thing is. You're really gonna have to convince us hard that you don't need maintenance access. To this facade, to this, side, I think it's incredible that you would not have. Access, with any kind of maintenance capability here, you can't even bring. Scaffolding in, you can't do any of that stuff, and so you need to pull those two juts out in that lower apartment. Just bring it flat with, this southern, exposure. I think you can, you figure out yourself, you gotta do maintenance, right? So on the southeastern apartment, to say, okay, how am I gonna do maintenance there? You know, like, what am I gonna do? You know, can I bring the lift in, what am I gonna do? Because you're not proposing, you said you're gonna wash the windows from the inside, so you're not proposing any kind of automated,
No, that's correct. It's why we selected, as Mr. Smith said, the materials that we have that are stone, cementous, fascia board, windows.
It doesn't matter, you can't sit there and say, no, it's not.
A tree comes down, what
Maintenance.
are you gonna do?
They kill all the trees there, so. You have to have, you just got to provide.
We understand the comment, Chairman. We'll take a look at it.
Compared to when you try to do, doing that is not really tough.
And to that point, in that lower left corner, from the elevation, it looks like there's actually, I don't know if it's a balcony, but it looks like there's some type of jut out on the elevation. So that would actually be over the property line then? So
We can't,
but that's, I'm saying, yeah, you can't, but when you look at your roof elevation, the dotted line actually goes through it and it changes color. It's, it's just the way that it's presented. Because again, on that elevation now, you're showing some type of structure sticking out from the facade.
I think that the answer to this is to crank the whole bar just a little bit, so you can get a couple.
Can you speak up a bit? The answer
Is to crank the whole bar a couple of feet and just to.
Yeah.
I think when we drew this particular angle, we didn't have the correct property line and.
We'll go back over it.
Yeah.
We can find a solution.
Yes, I know you can. I'm gonna bring up a point that we've raised that I want to be sure you're aware of, and we will be requesting, and that is that we really care about what are bedrooms in each of these units and how they're like, and you may have already addressed this. But if you have a room that's, could be made into a bedroom, not legal, like a den, you can't. So no doors on interior rooms that could become bedrooms.
So, we would like to actually talk about that, because it came up, and I know that there is this concern about stacking, and candidly, this type of product and the demographic, it never even occurred to us that stacking would be an issue in a project such as this. So I would say, and I do a fair amount of these types of projects, mixed-use projects, and Mr. Smith can certainly speak to it. 2-bedroom units with a den. A lot of times they are viewed as a premium. I mean, there are plenty of, what are our just hear me out. Just hear me out. So we're not providing closets, and we're not providing closet spaces. But the opportunity to have,
these are rentals, right?
correct.
Yeah.
The opportunity to have doors on a den where maybe it's a TV room, maybe it's an office. We got empty nesters that have sold their homes, they're moving in here. And guess what, maybe they'll have a pull-out couch, and when their grandkids come in, they have a pull-out couch and they can close the door on a den. Not intended to be a living space, We do have very strict lease requirements as it is. And we can certainly report back on what our lease, opportunity or requirements are, our own prohibitions, you know, relative to subleases, et cetera. This is not a.
Stop right there.
Okay,
You said it yourself. We're gonna have a den with a pull-out couch. That is illegal. You cannot do that. That jeopardizes the safety of the children or whoever's in that room. And you said it, and it's like, well, how easy is it to do that? No. You
so,
cannot
so
have
we'll
the
take out,
doors
so I take out a pull-out couch, but an office, a TV room.
Doesn't need a door.
Ask my wife.
Doesn't need a door. Now bathrooms, yeah, of course, and real
There's
bedrooms.
no
yes,
closet, it's
But
not a bedroom space. This is,
it's not what you think it is.
what
It's
do you think
people
is
are
gonna
use
happen
it
here,
for.
Chairman?
I think people are gonna stack it. I think the rents are gonna be high. I think these are gonna be in demand. I think people are going to, in fact, figure out ways that they have multiple people paying for the apartment. If it's anything like what's going on in Bernardsville today, you will get stacking. It will happen, and we can't enforce it because our regulations don't allow us to enforce it. So, you can take it back and ensure that you do not have these enclosed spaces that are potential bedrooms. And it's
What,
very
I'm
clear.
having a hard time understanding what the issue with the door on a TV room or someone's office is, Chair.
You are,
I am, yes. I just,
because it provides, it is one of the aspects of a bedroom. Do you know the definitions of the bedroom? Because we're gonna get into that too right now.
yeah, it requires a closet space.
So, no. So square footage and an egress window and so on. So you cannot have an interior bedroom in your architect knows that, of course.
We'll take it under advisement, Chairman.
You should.
Yes.
This is ground level, your egress windows, egress shrubs or to patios, it's fine, you know, so generally ground level except for along the driveway, on ground level. And I'm gonna get into this now, and it's late, but it's not enough to just have an egress window in a bedroom. Which you do like on the fourth floor. And there's an egress window in the bedroom. Where is it gonna go to? How do I egress? Now, you're not, and I'm not saying you should, you're not putting in fire escapes and whatever, but it has to be an egress. And it can't be a World Trade Center egress, well, let me just jump out, you know, because it's fire. So this is gonna radically change, what I'm gonna say is gonna be interesting, but potentially change your design. And what I'm gonna suggest, because I want to increase the value of the property and the marketability and so forth. What I'm gonna suggest is, no, don't put fire escapes up there. What I'm gonna suggest is you rearrange your balconies to provide what's legally termed as an area of refuge. And therefore, each egress window, each bedroom requires an area of refuge. And you can look at the terms up, and it's really important, and you're gonna take some time to do this.
We'll certainly comply with the fire code, Chairman.
Yeah, no, he hasn't been here, and but the point is, the
No,
architect needs to know. Now, the fire code chairman hasn't covered this topic with you, just so you're aware. There's a solution, and there's an aesthetic solution, and there's something that increased value solution, and that is you install a balcony outside of the window. And the reason you can install a balcony outside the window is that the way firemen fight fires today is very interesting, and it's sort of an urban setting like this. One of these units will catch on fire and it will burn uncontrollably, and people potentially could be in those units and unable to exit the unit. That's why we have a window and an egress window. The fireman cannot reach your egress windows. There's no way to fight the fire. Can't put a ladder up and go get your person out through the egress window. They won't get there in time and they don't have the equipment to do it. What they do is they fight the fire through the building and through the unit. And they go to the window and they extract the victims, hopefully alive, back through the unit. That's how they fight the fire. And that's why an area of refuge is a critical fire fighting component. This is gonna take some time for you to look. It's gonna take some iteration, it's gonna take some testimony from fire officials, but you can't just have a window of egress that egresses to the air. That's the problem.
Well, again, we will most certainly satisfy the fire code. Your fire subcode officials in this regard will take that under advisement, Chair.
That's fine.
Isn't that building code?
It's fire.
I don't know that it is code. I do not believe it's in the building
I don't
code.
think it's in the building code.
No,
Correct, so-
Dictates that.
Doesn't. I don't think it does. I'm agreeing with Alan's fire. I think it's a fire, this unit presents significant, never seen before in Bernardsville. Fire fighting challenges. One of them we already discussed. They can't get here in time to fight your fire. Their response time isn't long enough, and you have to have more advanced sprinklers to do it. This is another one. You think about it, you know, it's like, I have an egress window because the state mandates the egress window. It's like, okay, where do I go? You can't put a ladder there, that's against code, you can't have ladders. You certainly, I'm not suggesting you put fire escapes there, you could do that with southern exposure potentially, you know, if you wanted to, but I don't want to do that. But the easy way out that I see for you is constructively, is balconies, and I think that balconies increase the value, oh, there's cost, but you've got balconies already part of your vision. And the challenge for you architecturally is, what do I do with the fourth floor? How do I make that look good? How do I handle an area of refuge on the fourth floor? From each of the levels. So anyway, yeah. Since I've raised it before, and other people have raised it, the public's raised it, is what can we possibly do to, and even Mr. I mean, people here, what can we do to potentially, set the, Morristown frontage further into the property? And as you know, with doing that, it condenses the courtyard a little bit, which is minor impact. But it squeezes the units, as you know. And one of the opportunities, to draw that back, now that's to eliminate the height concern that people have in the tunnel and so forth. It's just this gets into the, like, please consider it. I want to raise it because people want to raise, which is, could you bring the front further down? And could you, for instance, leverage the additional building locations I gave you to make up for, and it might just be 15 feet or one of those little sections, building sections that you've got there. Look if there's any way to bring it further down.
Because there was talk of changing the angle, that one projection along the railroad. give it a better setback. You do the same thing on the north side?
We'll look at it.
Yeah, so it's gonna squeeze the units, you could either, and you know, because you've been doing this, you could either reduce,
Plank would be
you
it.
could reduce the number of units.
Clearly, I think it's contrary to the redevelopment plan. And the
Right.
purposes, it's designed, but sure, we'll take a look at it.
You heard my motivation.
Yeah, I heard.
Just,
Yeah.
it's just a possibility, and I
Yeah.
gave their bunch of drawings, to show how you could do it and stuff, but, I want to, it's not trivial setting it back, I'm not saying it, it's because you've got the lower parking levels, you've got clearances and turns and ramps and all that other stuff down there. So, and if people don't realize that, they look at the front, you know, and they say, oh, I'll just push it back, you know, you need columns and whatever, it's not a. But I at least want you to, which you've agreed to do, just, we'll think about it, we'll consider it, it is a concern. We're at time, so. Those are some of the big ones. Any other comments?
It's 11:30.
Yeah.
That's my only time.
Yeah, right, it really.
Exactly.
Chance to ask questions, so.
It doesn't matter what's our next meeting date, Denise,
I'm sorry,
or just our next meeting date.
the next meeting date is June 13th.
Okay, right.
And the only concern which I mentioned to Denise is as long as, either I can't, but as long as Jeff Horowitz can be here. If neither of us can be here, then I'm gonna recommend we not hold this, that we not carry the 13th.
If neither you nor the vice chairman can be here,
Yes,
but if we can still have a quorum.
you can still have a quorum, but no.
I'm not done, Mr. Chairman. Your recommend, I want to know what you're saying so I can do my job. What you're saying is even if there's a quorum, but neither you nor the vice chair are here, you're saying there won't be a meeting, or at least this hearing
We
won't
should not,
be.
this hearing should be carried to that day.
I'll deal with it.
We still hear from ops, right, operations, right, and we still have to have the public.
And that's whatever other operational questions you have, because Mr. Smith will address some of them along the way, and I'm not sure what's left, Chairman.
Well, I really need to go through, we really need to go through the little deliveries, that, how that's gonna work. I'm not sure that your opinion is one that we'll be satisfied with at the moment.
Perhaps not.
And, that's an example, you know, another, that's an operational issue. They're just other things we don't know, just, you've alluded to some, is it a doorman building, is it, how is coverage gonna be, who's gonna bring people? We haven't handled, emergency access per se. And we haven't handled fire access either. So there are those issues that have to come up. I realize I didn't even ask, maybe this is such like ideally, this such a wonderful place that everyone's gonna have maids that take stuff out and dump it in the trash chute. You know, like they're not gonna do it themselves, because it's still in the worst place it could be. And that.
Well, I have to say, I disagree, Chairman. Why don't we just carry this meeting? We'll be on for the 13th. My understanding, if you're not here and the vice chair aren't here, it'll be carried further. My only question is the meeting gonna be canceled? I had to renotice, when it was canceled the last time. Is there going to be assuming that you're not here and the vice chair aren't here, is there still gonna be a meeting so that an announcement can be made? Or am I gonna be in a situation where I'm gonna have to renotice again?
If there's a quorum, unless someone prohibits the meeting from occurring, then with a quorum, the meeting can be carried.
The 13th, yeah, like, so we could meet, we can notice, well, whatever, be carried to the 13th. As long as
Without further
over
notice,
here,
be carried again on the
carry it,
13th.
then.
That's just what I would hope.
Yeah.
So that we wouldn't have to renotice.
And, we have an extension of contact
We
already.
got it right now until June 30th, that's what we'll.
Right, so we don't need any further. At this time, we're announcing, Mr. Chairman, that this matter is being carried.
Okay.
We're announcing that this meeting will be carried without further notice. This is clear.
Maybe before we make the announcement, can we consider a special?
I think that's always your option that we could consider. Working with you, especially since it's, in my opinion, it's collaborative, but
Right.
who's ever on which end of it, if you want to.
Why don't we see where, why don't we make the announcement? Let's see where we are. The vice chair is here, then we'll proceed on the 13th. Irrespective.
Okay, we're back to carrying without further notice to June 13th, 7:30 P.M. The same location. This map. Okay.
So it should be discussed, because if we are going to have a special meeting, should we establish a plan B now? Ensure calendars are available, which form and vote.
And that has to be noticed for making specials.
What'll happen, that would have to be noticed.
Well, I think if we were here on the 13th, I don't know, and an announcement was to be made, I think the municipality has to do a notice for a special, but I don't believe I need to notice properly.
What you're saying is the special is gonna be after the 13th?
It'll be after the
Or
13th.
then that's fine.
It's gonna be after. I think we were gonna see, I assume we can probably find out if the vice chair will be here.
Yeah, no, I'm very on this week here, and I expect the most probable odds are I won't be here, then he will be. I'm just can't guarantee it, that's what.
So nothing's changed for our members of the public.
One more time.
We're still just carrying it to the June 13th, 7:30 P.M. this location without further notice.
All right, thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate you staying late tonight, too.
If there's any business of any visitor, which I suspect there's not, there as well.
No.
No. Everyone's run out. No executive session.
Nope, not this time. Things are moving well, though, but I'll tell you next week. Yeah, I'll just tell you. I'm gonna make you wait to fast.
If they're pending out.
So I do have a technical question, Steve. So on the 13th.
Sure.
I have a conflict that ends at 7 at work. This meeting starts at 7:30. If I miss any of the testimony, I disqualify myself as a voter, is that correct?
Well, I mean, you could qualify yourself after the fact, but if we're finishing that evening.
Can you get on Zoom?
It could present a problem, but if you can jump
If
on.
I could jump on Zoom, that would mitigate
Zoom.
that issue.
Yes, if you can, as long as applicants stipulate, which I think they wouldn't, you can,
Well, I don't, look, I don't, we spent $100 doing this so far. I did not, lose my goal of 5 minutes. Being there.
yeah, that's 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes,
I
as
think
long
it's
as
really important.
watching your qualified.
He's on this plan, like what's your plan?
Yeah, I will.
Have a nice Memorial Day.
My daughter had and that should be fine, yeah. I'm only gonna be 20 minutes late. I don't know how this should. Right on.
Or we didn't say adjourn yet.
Oh, adjourn. He was a unanimous motion.
No.
Almost.
So let's hear it.
We don't have to move it, I just have to say.